चंद्रा जी शुरू किया जाए तो शुरू करते हैं फिर। हाँ, dear all, greetings from Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls College, Jashpur. I, Dr. P.K. Singh, co-convener of this international e-conference, welcome you all on this online platform in the third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. This is really a matter of pleasure and pride for us that you all have joined us on this inaugural session, and I welcome all the participants from different part of country and who have joined us from different countries on this online platform. Again, a very warm welcome to all of you, and now I would like to invite principal and patron of this e-conference, Srimati Sushma Kujur, for lighting the lamp and for the inaugural speech. Over to you, Principal Madam.
Honorable teachers and participants who have joined us on the occasion of this third international e-conference organized by Department of Computer Science of our college. This is really a matter of pride and privilege for our college that you all are here on this online platform to share your valuable knowledge. I am pretty sure that this conference will surely benefit the students, teachers, researchers, as well as professionals of the concerned field. My best wishes for the success of this event. Thank you very much.
Now we are going to start the our program of this international e-conference, and the first speaker with us is Dr. Isa Pathak Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi is assistant professor at Department of Computer Science and Engineering in Indian Institute of Information Technology, Kota, Rajasthan. She has more than 4 years of her teaching experience. Her research areas include network, virtualization, computer networks, and mobile computing. And she has published more than 10 research papers to his repute, to his credit in the journals of repute. And she has also published many conference proceedings and various book chapters. This is a very warm welcome to Dr. Tripathi, and now it is over to you, Dr. Tripathi.
Hello and greetings to one and all. I am Dr. Isha Pathak Tripathi, Assistant Professor, IIIT Kota. First of all, to begin with, I'd like to congratulate all the organizers of this third International e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. I'd like to thank you for inviting me for a talk for this workshop. The topic that I'll be discussing with all of you today is the most hot topic of this time, blockchain technology. So before beginning, I'd like to let you know the concept behind the blockchain technology. So, without delaying much, let's begin. As you can see here in the slide, blockchain is nothing but a chain of blocks in a layman language. But what these blocks consist of, it is consisting of certain information that we wish to secure. So to understand it in a very simple manner, you, who is a node, consider yourself as a node having a file of transactions on your computer, which is a ledger. Two government accountants, let us call them miners, have the same file on their systems. So it is a distributed environment. So as you make a transaction, your computer sends an email to each accountant, which I just called them as miners. So what you do is that as you make a transaction, your computer sends an email to each of this accountant to inform them. Now, each accountant rushes to be the first to check whether you can afford that transaction, and be paid their salaries. If you've heard this word, the buzzword, Bitcoins. So can they be paid the salaries? Can they be paid the Bitcoins? The first to check and validate hits the reply all, attaching their logic for verifying the transaction. In that logic, verifying the transaction, that is nothing but proof of work, which we'll discuss in the following slides. So if the other accountant agrees, everyone updates their file. So this is a concept which is enabling the blockchain technology. So in a very simple language, I try to make you understand what this blockchain actually is. The technique here is intended to timestamp the digital documents so that it is not possible to tamper with them. Of course, you cannot like backdate a particular transaction. So that is why they are timestamped. This timestamp is nothing but a string of characters that are uniquely identifying the document or the event and indicates when it was created. So timestamp is just that. So when you attach a timestamp in the blockchain technique to the documents, because it is impossible to change or backdate the time, so you can, in other words, can say that it is very difficult to, once a block is created, it is very difficult to tamper with the blockchain. Now, as we progress, we should be knowing what blockchain actually is. Is it a application? Is it a certain program? Is it a database, or is it a data structure, or it is a protocol? So the funny thing is that it lies in all of these. It can be called any of these. But to be very simply understanding, you can understand blockchain as a software protocol itself. If you're computer science students, and I'm quite sure you might be knowing about the OSI 7 layers, TCP IP 5 layers, and every layer has certain protocols working on it. So you can understand blockchain as one of those protocols, like SMTP is for email, FTP is for file transfer, so on and so forth. So you can understand blockchain also as a protocol. And these blockchains could not be running without the internet. This is for sure. Now, the question here I would like to ask you is, if I'm saying that blockchain is a protocol, then can you just think over it? This protocol might be working on which particular layer? Actually, the answer lies in the slide itself and the discussion that we made so far. But still, just after finishing the talk, just ponder over if blockchain is a protocol, on which layer it should be working on. Moving ahead, there are certain essentials in a blockchain, right? This is a figure depicting blocks connected to each other. And in blockchain, there are certain essential elements. Every block should contain a hash. And a hash is nothing, but it is actually a function, a mathematical function that takes an input string of any length and converts it into a fixed output string. So it is nothing but a function. So each block has a hash of the previous block, right? Also, there's something called as proof of work that I discussed in the last slide also. We'll discuss again this in detail, but blockchain requires a proof of work before a new block is added. So once that proof of work is validated by these miners, in an example I had told you, the accountants. So if they are validated, if they have solved this certain proof of work problem, a computationally hard problem, then only a block can be added in the blockchain. So these three things are important. It has to has a hash of mathematical function. It has to be carrying the hash. Every block has to be carrying the hash of the previous block, and it also requires something called as proof of work before a new block is added. Now, this hash acts as a unique fingerprint of the block. So you can actually understand it as a biometric, as a unique fingerprint that is attached to every block. And there's a lot of mathematics that goes behind creating this hash. If you have studied cryptography as a subject, you might be knowing about this hash function. But for talking in a lame language, we can understand this as a unique fingerprint of every block. So here is a figure that I was talking about the hashes, the block containing the hash of the previous block. As you can see here, in block 3, you can see that it is containing the hash of block 2. 7B2Z is the hash of block 2, and block 3 is maintaining that hash. So all back blocks are containing hashes of the previous blocks. So this is the technique that makes the blockchain so secure. You understand this? Why is it making so secure? Because every hash is being carried forward to the other block. It is the block 3 is containing the hash of the previous block. So if you temper it with one block, the future blocks or the further blocks, if I can say so, the further blocks will eventually get tampered and it will be known. It can be revealed. So these blocks, because are containing hashes of the previous blocks, this itself makes blockchain technology so secure. Here in the slide, you can see the same concept that I just discussed. If you change the hash of a single block, then all the following blocks will be invalid. So if this hash of block 2 gets changed, then because block 3 was containing the hash of block 2, it becomes invalid, and consequently the other blocks, all the other blocks, block 4, 5, 6, 7, block n, will become invalid because one out of the many hashes got tempered and the following blocks will get affected. Proof of work. This, as I discussed in some previous slides also, here we'll discuss what proof of work actually is. It is a computationally very, very difficult problem. You can understand it as a puzzle that takes certain effort to solve. So even if you temper with a single block, you will need to recalculate, you will need to work on this puzzle again for all the following blocks. So thus, it is very difficult and it is next to impossible to again and again temper with it and solve this computationally difficult puzzle again and again. Thus, hashing and the proof of work mechanisms makes this blockchain so secure. Next is a concept of distributed peer-to-peer network. Blockchain is not a centralized technology, centralized based technology. It is a distributed, decentralized based technology. So by being distributed, there's one more method which is making blockchain secure. We had hash, which was making blockchain secure. We had proof of chain that was making blockchain secure. By making this technology distributed, another security element is added to blockchain. So instead of using a central entity to manage the chain, blockchains use a distributed peer-to-peer network, and everyone is allowed to join. When someone enters this network, he will get the full copy of the blockchain. So these computers that where this blockchain is running are actually called as nodes. So you understand this concept. Just to summarize whatever we've discussed till now, till this slide, blockchain is being secured because of three concepts that are attached to it: hash, proof of work, and blockchain being a distributed network. All these three techniques make blockchain so secure that you cannot tamper with any of the blocks. So here is that we'll be discussing that to successfully tamper with the blockchain, what do you need? You'll be needing to tamper with all the blocks on the chain. Very difficult. Redo the proof of work for each block. Very difficult. Take control of greater than 50% of peer-to-peer networks. That also is very, very difficult. After doing all these only, your tempered block becomes accepted by everyone else. And again, as I said, this is next to an impossible task. That is how blockchains are so secure. But there again is an overhead of cost. So much to do, so much for the blockchain to get secured, so much has to be done so that this blockchain technology is kept secured. There is so much cost incurred here. Proof of work, maintaining those puzzles, those computationally difficult problems, then making the hash functions, they are connected in a decentralized manner. Everything involves certain cost. So that is the reason blockchain is still emerging, because there is an overhead of cost that goes behind all these factors to be incorporated in a blockchain technology. Are we ready to bear this cost to maintain the security of our data? That is a question. How does blockchain technology work? So there are various transactions, and these transactions are requested. Some person is requesting a transaction. To begin with, we can understand this blockchain technology working by considering that a person is requesting a transaction, and this transaction could be involved with cryptocurrency records, any other information. The requested transaction is then broadcasted to a peer-to-peer network with the help of nodes. The network of these nodes validate the transactions and the user status with the help of known algorithms, some consensus algorithms, proof of work, as I told you. So, in fact, proof of work can be considered as a problem, as what you can say, a validation aspect, where if it is validated, if a proof of work is agreed by all the users on that network, then the block can be added. But there are certain consensus algorithms where the network of nodes validates this transaction and the user status with the help of known algorithms. Then only the transaction is completed and a new block is added to the existing blockchain. So you can I'm sharing the screen again. I hope it is visible. Sorry about that. So this is how you are making the transaction complete. This is how a blockchain technology is working on making a transaction complete and secure. There are certain promises that a blockchain make. First is resilience. Blockchains are often replicated architectures. So the chain is still operated by most nodes in the event of massive attack against the system. So it is resilient against the attacks that are being made. that we've discussed already. Time reduction, of course, it is reducing the time. It is making the settlements quicker for the trades. You do not need a lengthy process of verification, settlement, anything of that. Reliability. Blockchain certifies and verifies the identities of the interested parties. So it is reliable. It removes double records. It reduces the rates. It accelerates the transactions. So it is much, much reliable in that sense also. Certain other promises that blockchain make is unchangeable transactions. Of course, they cannot be tempered. Blockchain certifies the unalterability of all the operations, which means if any new block has been added to the chain of ledgers, it cannot be removed, it cannot be modified. A lot of work needs if it is needed if you are wanting to temper the transaction. Fraud prevention. The concepts of shared information and consensus prevent possible losses due to fraud. Security. Attacking a traditional database is the bringing down of the specific target. With the help of this distributed ledger technology, which is blockchain distributed, each party holds a copy of the original chain. Everybody is holding the copy of the original chain. So the system remains operative. Even if a large number of other nodes fail, they become intact. They are intact. Transparency. Of course, changes to public blockchains are publicly viewable to everyone. Distributed approach, it's viewable to everyone. This offers great transparency and all transactions are immutable. Collaboration. All the parties are allowed to transact directly with each other without the need of any third party. Directly, they can transact with one another. Again, the last one, decentralized. These are the standard rules on how every node exchanges the blockchain information. So this method ensures that all the transactions are validated and all valid transactions are added one by one. So these are the promises that blockchain make, and of course, they adhere by these promises also. Various blockchain versions evolved from time to time. Blockchain 1 talking about the currency, blockchain 2.0 talking about the smart contracts, blockchain 3.0 talking about the decentralized applications. So as you see, blockchain has evolved from time to time, and there are certain gaps that blockchain technology has to fill in with which the research world is working upon, so that blockchain actually make all the transactions, all the areas possible secure. Ethereum is one of the example of a blockchain platform. Decentralized, of course, has to be decentralized. Blockchain itself is a decentralized technology. So Ethereum is a blockchain platform. It is a peer-to-peer network that securely executes and verifies applications. And these applications are actually called as smart contracts. I did not discuss it in the previous slide where I was discussing blockchain 2.0, where I mentioned smart contracts. So because it was to be discussed here that Ethereum is that network that securely executes and verifies application code, and these are called as smart contracts. So transaction records are immutable, verifiable, and securely distributed across the network. Smart contracts are the ones that are allowing these participants to transact with each other without a trusted central authority. So this is what a smart contract is doing for you. You do not need a trusted central authority. It is a decentralized environment, and these smart contracts are allowing all the different participants to transact with each other using Ethereum decentralized blockchain platform. So this is one out of many examples of a blockchain platform. You can be working on various other platforms of blockchain. This is one example. So here, this slide is actually a confusion that usually remains in people, that Bitcoin, blockchain are one and the same thing. But no, blockchain is not Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is blockchain. So here I would like to elaborate that Bitcoin is actually based on the technology of blockchain. So Bitcoin you can understand as a digital token, and blockchain as the ledger that I talked about in the first slide. So this ledger is keeping track of who owns the digital tokens. So that is blockchain. But Bitcoin in itself is a digital token. I hope now we do not have any confusion between Bitcoin and blockchain. Bitcoin, a token that is using the blockchain technology. Now, there are certain myths and realities pertaining to blockchain. The myth number one is it solves every problem. The reality, however, is it's just a database. The other myth is that it is trustless technology. No, it can shift trust and also it can spread trust. That is the reality. It is secure. You might be confused. Till now, I was talking that blockchain is the most secure technology. But here we are talking that as a myth. Why? Because the reality is it focuses on integrity and not confidentiality. So, in that term, of course, it is secure. Myth, smart contracts are always legal. But the reality is it only executes part of some legal contracts, some parts of the legal contracts. So that remains the reality of blockchain. In the new world, blockchain is being used everywhere in businesses, in governances, in banking and finance, media, real estate, healthcare, supply chains, money laundering protection, taxes, voting, everywhere. Just you name it, blockchain is used everywhere. In the areas that you'll be working on, if you're working in AI, you're working in robotics, you're working in any other aspect, blockchain is making every aspect secure. So blockchain can be used in any and every area that you can think of at this moment while listening to me. I would now like to end by a quote by Vitalik Buterin, who is one of the co-founders of the Ethereum, the smart contract platform that I had discussed with you, the blockchain platform. He says that whereas most technologies tend to automate workers on the periphery doing menial tasks, blockchains automate away the center. Focus on this line now. Instead of putting the taxi driver out of a job, blockchain puts Uber out of the job and lets the taxi drivers work with the customer directly, right? The decentralized approach. So you're putting the Uber and Ola out of the job, and the taxi driver directly contacts the customer. That actually is blockchain. So are we ready for this new technology? Of course, there are some, as I said, there are some gaps that have to be filled. But working on a decentralized approach where everything is transparent, when all the blocks are connected to each other, all the records are also, your hashes are saved in the previous blocks. Are we ready for such transparency so that our data remains secure? That is the question. So I'd like to conclude now my talk. I hope I gave you an overview of what blockchain is, some open areas where you can think of working on, and also some open questions where you can, which you can actually target and think that are we ready for blockchain? And because blockchain is still evolving, what are the gaps and how can they be fulfilled? You can think over these gaps, and I would also want you to read certain other blockchain platforms that will give you insight into what great technology blockchain is. Thank you so much for listening. And I again congratulate all the organizers of this conference. Thank you for inviting me. Good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tripathi, for your nice, lucid presentation. If questions are there from the participants, please put it in the chat box. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Bhagwan Sahai Meena. The topic of his talk is Internet of Things and Applications. Dr. Meena is working as Assistant Professor in Department of Computer Science, Assam Central University, Silchar. He has published many papers in the journals of repute and also in the conference proceedings and book chapters. The core area of his research is wireless sensor networks and Internet of Things. On behalf of computer science of our college, I would like to invite Dr. Meena for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Meena.
Dr. Bhagwan Sai Meena, and I am faculty in Department of Computer Science, Assam University, Silchar, and I am going to give my talk in third International E-Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science, and the topic is Internet of Things and its applications. So these are the content that I'm going to cover in this talk. What is an Internet of Things, various IoT devices and applications basically. So in which we will learn how we can apply the IoT devices. So now, what is an Internet of Things? The basic idea of this concept is that presents around us of variety of things, objects such as radio frequency identification tags, sensors, actuators, mobile phones, etc. are able to interact with each other and cooperate with their neighbors to reach a common goal. Means there are various IoT devices which they can communicate with the internet and also among themselves, and they can achieve one goal. So such kind of basically devices are known as Internet of Things. So now what are the IoT devices? The temperature sensors, it may be pressure sensor, humidity level, light intensity detector, moisture sensor. All of you know why we are using also sensor. Proximity sensor, this sensor basically we are using in our smartphone. RFID tags, ultrasonic sensor. It is used basically to measure the distance between top 2 points. So I will take one application in which we will discuss this part in detail. Next is PIR sensor. PIR sensor means passive infrared sensor. This sensor we will use to detect the motion of a particular object. Water level, its name say when you want to measure the level of the water, then in that situation we will use water level sensor. IR, this is IR means infrared sensor. It is BLE means Bluetooth low energy. That can also be used as IoT devices, and these are the micro and this microcontroller, GSM module, Raspberry Pi, and Arduino. These components can also be used as IoT devices. When you want to make any kind of IoT based system, there we can using these components. Now we will discuss about the application domains. So there are, it has been in this slide I have divided the domains into 5 parts. First one is transportation and logistics, second one is healthcare, third one smart environment and personal and social, and last is futuristic. So these are, so there are thousands of application of IoT. This is the beauty of Internet of Things. So as I told you, there are many applications. So I have selected 3 applications in which I want to tell the how can we think about the IoT, what are the IoT devices that can be used to make a particular application or to perform a particular task. So 3 applications that I have taken. First one is traffic congestion management using IoT. Second one is smart irrigation system, and third one is smart wild and animal detection, intrusion detection. So let's see. The first one is IoT based traffic congestion management system. As you can see here, the road has been divided into 2 parts. Okay, so this is lane 1, though we have divided this lane 1 into 2 parts. So this is for incoming traffic and this is for outgoing traffic. In lane 2, this part is for incoming traffic and this part for outgoing traffic. Similarly for lane 3, this part for incoming traffic and this part will known as outgoing traffic. So ultimately what is our goal? We want to measure the traffic at a different lane. So if the, so how to measure the traffic in each and every lane? So to measure the traffic in each and every lane, we have deployed 4 sensors: sensor 1, sensor 2, sensor 3, and one more sensor is over here, buzzer alarm sensor. This is also ultrasonic sensor. So there are 4 ultrasonic sensors we are using in a single lane. So there are 4 lanes, ultimately 16 sensors we are using over here. And this is the zebra crossing. As we know, this is basically used for public transportation, or public can cross the road. So this is the part. So now what I want to tell you that how the people will basically uh, apply the IoT. If such kind of scenarios are there, then how they can use the IoT. So what are the physical things? The road, which has been divided into parts, as we know it is everywhere. And then we want to measure the traffic in each and every lane. So ultimately what we want to do, that we want to measure the traffic in this particular incoming lane. If if there are vehicles are there in this particular lane, then we can say here is a traffic. If it is lane is empty, so we want to determine the status of this lane, whether it is empty or whether it is full of traffic. So that's why we are using the ultrasonic sensor. So what is the use of ultrasonic sensor? It is basically generate the echo signals. Suppose for this is the sensor number 3, it will generate the echo signal. It will go and it will uh, reflect back, or it will come back from the object, and again the echo signal is received as sensor number 3. So ultimately what we are measuring the distance of that echo signal. If the distance of the echo signal is less than this particular distance, then we can say some traffic is over here. Else if the distance travel from this point to this point is equal to this particular distance, means this lane is empty, means there is no vehicle at all. So that's why we are using the uh, ultrasonic sensor. So in this case we have measured that physical things, that traffics are there, and now what kind of sensors that we need to apply, that we need to think the what are the physical properties are there. So how can we think in such a way that IoT can be deployed? Okay, so in this case, as you can see, there are four few components that we are using: 16 ultrasonic sensor, 4 buzzer, 7 segment display, LED, and Raspberry Pi, and these are the components we are going to implement in this. So as I told you, by using the ultrasonic sensors, basically what we are using, we want to calculate the distance. How the distance we will calculate? Time between echo multiplied by 3400 divided by 2. And what is the speed? What is 340? 3400 is the speed of sound. Scientific 340 is the speed of sound, and y and divided by 2. Y for incoming and outgoing. Echo signal is going and is coming back to the ultrasonic sensor. So that's why we are dividing this part to 2. So by using these equations we are calculating the distance. Now if the distance calculated by using equation 1 is less than the threshold value, the sensor output is 1, else output is 0. I told you if the distance between these particular 2 points is less than or equal to threshold value, then we are going to make this value 1, else it will be 0. And output 1 signify that a vehicle is present, and output 0 signify that the lane is empty. And the density of traffic is computed to the next computed to 3 fixed level called low, medium, and high. Each line uses data from 3 ultrasonic sensors to examine the traffic level S1, S2, and S3. So now if the value at S0, S1, and S2 000, we can say the traffic in that particular line is very low. If the value of S1 and S2 11, S3 0, then we can say the traffic of a particular lane is medium. And if the value of S1, S2, and S3 is 1, that now we can say the traffic in this particular lane is high. So in this way we can determine the traffic, and on the basis of we can say that that if the traffic on a particular lane is high, then we can update this information into the website, and the user can see that here in this particular lane traffic is that the status of traffic is this. So according to the status of the traffic, user can decide their path. So in that way the IoT has been applied. Now this is the next second application, that is IoT based smart irrigation system. So the proposed system based on IoT that uses the real-time input data. Smart farm irrigation system uses Android phone for remote monitoring and controlling of drips through wireless sensor network. Now see, now think like a farmer. When the farmer give the water, go for the irrigation, first of all he will observe what is the temperature, what is the pressure, and mostly what is the situation of soil moisture. According to that he will start the irrigation. So now if you want to apply the IoT in agriculture or in irrigation system, so we will have to think like a farmer. So these are the things are required. First of all we will have to look towards the temperature. So temperature sensor is required, pressure sensor is required, Then soil moisture, okay, then soil moisture sensor is required. Okay, on the basis of three, if the value of these three is greater than or less than to a particular threshold value, then we will go for the irrigation. If it is not, then we want to go for irrigation. Now if you want to go for the irrigation, then we will start the pump. But before we start the pump, some water is stored in a water tank. So now before we start the water pump, we will check the value of we will check the level of our water tank, whether it is empty or full. So that's why we need to deploy one more sensor that will be known as the water level sensor. So it will check the level of the water in a water tank. If it is beyond to a particular point, or it is up, if the water level is up inside our water tank, then we can start our water pump. So like that one. So how many sensors are required in this case? Temperature, pressure, soil moisture, and water level. So like that, now we can see, okay, these three sensors are required, these four sensors are required. Now if you deploy these four sensors, now we will make to connection, we need to integrate them. So accordingly it will become a whole system, and once it will work automatically instead of manual, then it will be known as smart irrigation system. So ultimately what my goal is that I want to teach you how to think about how we can think that how can we use the IoT in a particular domain. So in this case, now see, soil moisture, require temperature, humidity. It will go this they will record this information, and this information come to our microcontroller, and this through the microcontroller, the Zigbee trans receiver we are using, this Zigbee trans receiver send the information to the uh, to to the upper level, and according to that some instruction will come whether we need to start the water pump or not. If we need to start this one, then before we need to start the water pump, we will check the water level inside the water tank. So another more sensor is required. So like that we need to think about it. So now see, the Zigbee trans receiver will receive some information from cloud server, and it has been controlled through the Android app. So these are the sensors already I told you it will be required in our smart irrigation. So this is a very basic example I'm just giving here. Why I'm just giving the basic example? So you can think about in this domain, in different domain you can think. So ultimately in this case what happened, first of all we are measuring the physical property of a particular land, of a particular farm, and according to that we are taking the decision, and according to that we are making one system. Now, once the system work automatically, then it will become from manual system to smart system using IoT. So one more example I will take, that is IoT based smart wild animal intrusion detection. So again one more application is over here. Now we want to measure the situation of a wild animal, whether it is coming inside our farm or our house. So how can we detect him? So what are the things are needed? So just see, the proposed system is based on IoT that uses real-time input data from the sensor to detect animal intrusion. Human-animal conflict is the major problem in the field of agriculture, as we know very well, leading to loss of resources and human life in danger. It arises due to the encroachment and poaching. So now see how it works. Once an animal is detected by the sensor, it gives a signal to the camera via microcontroller to capture the image of a respective scope of area in which the signal came from. Then the camera sends the capture image to the image processing unit, and that image processing unit will classify the particular image, and it will determine the animal, and it will also tell that whether it is a threat or not. If it is a threat, then once the animal is classified to be a threat, an SMS notification is sent to the farmer regarding to the location and type of animal trying to intrude the farm. Along with SMS notification, switch on the lights and generate irritating loud noise simultaneously after every 4 seconds for scaring the animal away. So these are the physical measurement, and now you can see what are the things are needed, what are the sensors are needed to implement such kind of work. First thing is camera is required to capture the image of a particular object. But when the camera will work, when any sensor will detect the motion of a particular object, means PIR sensor is required. PIR, what is PIR means passive infrared sensor, and as I told you, it will use to detect the motion of a particular object. So once the PIR sensor will detect the motion of a particular object, it switch on the camera, and camera will take the capture the image, and after that it will send to the image processing unit, where it will be classified, and they will determine whether it is a threat or not. So image processing unit is also required. If it is a threat, then GPS system is also required, where it will send the SMS along with the location. So now see, camera PIR, it will send the microcontroller send this the image to the image processing unit, and once it will determine that the captured image it is a threat, then it will send a SMS using GSM module, and after that it will switch on the lights, and it will create one kind of irritating noise, so the wild animal can run away. So these are the now things are required. First of all, we will just make what are the things are required. Now these are the IoT devices are required. Once the whole system will work together, then it will become the IoT system. So these are already things I told you: PIR, motion, webcam, microcontroller unit, Arduino unit, light emitter, GSM module, microcontroller, Arduino ID, and image processing. So once the image has been classified, it will tell that it is a threat or not, and according to that, some more actions are there that we have discussed. So these are my references. So I hopefully you have learned something from this my talk, because I have just given the only basic idea from the very basic I have started, so you can learn something from this talk. So ultimately, what is our goal? First of all, we need to measure in IoT. First of all, we will try to measure the physical properties of a particular. When you want to implement any kind of task, then we will have to think about what are the physical tasks over there, physical phenomena are there, they can be considered. Accordingly, we need to take the sensors to record the physical property. Once we record the physical property, then we will collect all property together, and then we will achieve a particular goal. In like this, in the IoT system basically works. So three example that we basic example I have taken in congestion control system. We can use IoT in agriculture field, in wild animal detection also. So in this way, the IoT basically works. So I'm here. Hopefully you have learned something from this talk, and I'm going to close this talk over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. If questions are there from participants, kindly put in the chat box, and you will be answered in the chat box. Our next speaker is Dr. Sasi Mehrotra. Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Mehrotra, in this 2 days international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. Dr. Sasi is associated with Department of Computer Science and Engineering at KL University, Vadeswaram, Andhra Pradesh. The research areas of Dr. Mehrotra includes machine learning, information retrieval, and soft computing. She has published more than 20 publications in reputed journals and various conference proceedings. And the top her talk is Deep Learning Approach for Prediction of Learning Disability. Over to you, Dr. Mehrotra.
Hello everyone.
Connecting between objects also he find. Good morning one and all. In this session I am going to discuss deep learning approach for prediction of learning disability. Some of my students are working on this topic. So the outline of our presentation is a brief introduction of what is learning disability, problem statement, objective of this work, and then present our proposed system and architecture of the system, and then at the end conclusion. Learning disability or learning disorder are umbrella terms of a wide variety of learning problem. These days it is being observed in many students due to various reasons. It may be some environmental condition or food problem or any other reasons also. A neurological condition that interferes with an individual ability to store, process and produce information. Children and even adults with disability see, hear and understand things in different way. This can lead to trouble with learning new information and skill and putting them to use. The most common type of learning disability involve problems with reading, writing, solving math problem, reasoning and listening and speaking. What are the signs of and symptoms of learning disability? There are some symptoms found in the child from which it can be recognized that the child is having learning disability problem, which the symptoms includes problem pronouncing words, trouble in finding the right word, trouble in learning the alphabets, numbers, distinguishing the color, shape or even day of the week. Confuses basic words when reading, slow in learning new skills, consisting misspells words and makes frequent errors. The child is having trouble in learning basic mathematical concepts. He may face trouble in telling time and remembering sequence. Normally the child is having poor handwriting. Child could have trouble in following classroom discussion and expressing thoughts aloud. He may have difficulty in following directions or learning routines. Poor organizational skills like bedroom, homework and desk are messy and disorganized. He spell the same word in different way in different document. The child may face trouble with buttons, zippers, snaps or learning to tie even shoes. What are the cause of learning disability? There are various reasons which have impact on a child learning. We will discuss some main cause of the learning disability, that is genetic. They have some history in family. Medical factors such as premature birth, mother is having diabetes problems, severe diabetic, etc. Pterygoid factors such as drugs or alcoholic during pregnancy, and some environmental pollution also may affect the child learning disability. Because of some injury also he may face this problem. There are various types of learning disorder. medical terms used are here: dyslexia, in which a child faces issue in reading, writing, spelling and speaking. Dyscalculia, he can read etc. proper, but he may face problem in solving the mathematical problems, understanding the time, calculating money, etc. Dysgraphia, where the child may face difficulty in writing, his or her handwriting is not very poor. Spelling problem he may face, organizing idea, connectivity from one idea to another idea, or from one topic to another, or connecting between objects also he find difficult. Aphasia, difficulty with language, understanding spoken language, reading comprehension, etc. Auditory processing disorder, where the child may face difficulty in hearing difference between and identifying the difference between sounds, reading comprehension, language. Visual processing disorder, where child may face difficulty in interpreting visual information, reading maths, maps, charts, symbols and pictures. It is difficult for the child to differentiate between various pictures, various objects and so on. So the project starts with balancing the data. Since this type of data is imbalance, the data is collected from some clinic. So what is imbalanced data? The class imbalance data is where one class instances are very few compared to the other class instances. Suppose we are taking collecting the data from an area. So it is very much possible that very few child will be found who is suffering from this problem. So here in the graph we can see left hand side graph represent where the data is imbalanced. Very small portion of the data is having positive class, while we can see that blue color which represent negative class. So this type of data is known as imbalance, where whatever classifier we use, they perform very poorly and give meaningless result. So before using the data for any modeling purpose, we need to balance the data, and for there are many existing techniques are being used, such as smooth etc. So once we use some sampling technique over the data will be in equal class. Both the classes will be almost equal. There are some techniques under sampling, oversampling, etc. So right side data you can see that is class balance, where both the classes are having almost equal instances. This type of class imbalance data is found in various domains like fraud detection, natural disaster, intrusion detection, medical diagnosis and anomaly detection. For example, fraud detection, very few if you collect the data from one day, there will be very few frauds. So again this data is imbalanced. Positive class and negative class instances are undistributed. In the same way here, same cases for with natural disaster, intrusion detection, medical diagnosis and anomaly. In medical diagnosis, to diagnose the rare disease, if you collect the collection from 1,000 person, very few person will be suffering from some rare disease. Suppose we want to identify a cancer, So there are chances, very few, 1-2% out of 1000 will be detected as suffering from cancer. So this type of data is known as class imbalance data. So before using the data, we need to balance the data to get the proper performance of the model. There are some existing model already being used for the same purpose. Near miss, undersampling, random oversampling, smooth in, borderline smooth, SVM smooth thin, and smooth tongue. Apart from these also there are some other existing methods are there. So what we did is first we explored all these methods, and the classifiers are executed before applying these methods, sampling methods, and after applying the sampling methods, and then the results are compared. So how this is worked? Data is first pre-processed. Pre-processed means data is being prepared for the further use, and like stop word removal, cleaning data. Some data are irrelevant for our work, some values are missing, so whether it is removed or it is replaced with some value, but still the data is unbalanced. So this imbalanced data is passed to all these algorithms, near miss, undersampling, etc. These are sampling method to balance the data, and then the output of these methods is balanced data, and then some classifier like support vector machine, decision tree, and k nearest neighbor are applied over this balanced data. Earlier, before applying also this data, these three classifiers, support vector machine, decision tree, k nearest neighbors, are applied over the unbalanced data. Now the result which we obtained before applying this and after applying this is compared. Another way is the model which propose in that first PCA is performed. PCA is for the reduction of the unrelevant data, unrelevant dimension, columns, and after that the near miss sampling technique is applied. Now from this the data obtained, that is balance. So using this balanced data, again the three classifier, support vector machine, decision tree, and k nearest neighbor is applied, and finally the result obtained from all these three methods, that is these classifier applied over unbalanced data, the classifier applied after these sampling method, near miss, undersampling, random oversampling, smooth and C, smooth in, borderline smooth, SVM smooth in, and smooth in, and after applying PCA and near miss. All the three results are compared to find out how the impact of the existing sampling method with our new model. It is observed that the PCA and C near miss achieve the best result. Here this figure present the result, F score of all these models, DT, KNN, SVM, after applying the near miss and PCA. So it is observed that SVM achieved the best result, best F score. F score is combination of precision and recall. There are some existing classification methods: K nearest neighbor, artificial neural network, support vector machine, decision tree, and neighbors. Each classifier have their own features, some merits and some merits. For example, K nearest neighbor is very simple for implementation, and classification does not have to be linearly separable. Some linearly separable means the data set is not required to be in the form that it could be separated by a straight line, but it has some demerits as well, such as it is sensitive to noise or irrelevant data. Testing procedure is time consuming because of calculation of distance to all known instances. In the same way, artificial neural network, its merits are that it is robust and user friendliness and can handle noisy data as well. It is very well suitable for analysis complex number, but it has also some demerits such as scalability problem. It is not suitable for scalability problems. It requires large number of training samples, so it does not work very well when the data set is very small. Require more processing time. Support vector machine, it is suitable to work with high dimension data, as these days massive use of internet, the size of the data is increased massively. So this support vector machine is suitable with high dimensional data. Classification accuracy is more as compared to other conventional classification techniques. It is robust even when training samples have some distortion, but it has also some demerits such as selection of kernel function and kernel parameters for mapping original data into higher dimensional data is difficult. Learning processing can be a time processing task. It works only with 2 classes approximately. It does not work with multi-class problem. 2-class problem when there are only 2 classes. For example, in prediction, disease prediction, if you want to predict whether a person is having cancer or not, so just 2 values, yes or no. But suppose we want to predict the type of cancer, that will be a multi-class problem. So it is not suitable for such problem. Next method is decision tree. Decision tree has also some merits, such as it is very easy to interpret for small size rules. Rules are represented in such a form that a non-technical person, a layman, can also understand what is going on. So, for example, if we say if marks is greater than 90, then eligible for scholarship, else not eligible for scholarship. So even seeing this rule, a non-technical person can also understand what we want to say. Its accuracy is comparable to other classification techniques for many types data sets is very good. But the drawback with decision tree is that it is observed that it overfit for some data sets with noisy classification, regression task, etc. Naive-Bayes model, well suited for analysis of complex number. Accuracy is also comparable to other classification techniques is very good with simples, but the drawback of Naive-Bayes model is it Testing procedure is time consuming because of calculation of distance to all known instances. So after exploring all these algorithms, problem is defined that learning disability is not detected early or diagnosed correctly and treated effectively, then it may cause a number of other problems. This additional difficult may be emotional, and a child can show sign of sadness, frustration or disappointment. When the child is not able to learn, he is performing poor in class or in society or in friends, then he may be frustrated, sad. So it is very important that this learning disability, early detection of early disability. If it is identified early, the child will be able to catch learning disorder early and quickly take steps to get your child will help in to come over from this disability. To overcome this problem, we design a model. The aim of the model is to detect mental disability at the early stage, and for this as we have seen that this type of data is class imbalance. So it is very important to make to balance the data. So for that model is designed for class imbalance, and finally the deep learning model is designed for detecting the disability. Proposed model is to design a tool based on deep learning techniques for early prediction of learning disability in child and to effectively measure the percentage of learning disability present in the child accordingly to the knowledge obtained from the clinical information. Very brief overview will give of deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, where we want to, in artificial intelligence is nothing but we want to design a model which can work like a human being. So here we want to design a system such that a doctor can identify, can diagnose that the child is is having mental disability. In the same way our system could identify the issue and it should be able to take decision. Deep learning mimics the human brain. Like in our human being we have lot of neurons. In the same way in deep learning there are a lot of computing units will be there which are represented as neurons. Deep learning is being used in detecting various areas such as detecting object, recognizing speech, translating language and making decision. It is able to learn without human supervision, drawing from data that is both unstructured and unlabeled also. This is the architecture of deep learning model. Left hand side you can see very simple neural network which is having only 3 layers in the starting. Blue color layer you can see, that is input layer. Yellow and green is the output layer. In between input layer and output layer you can see which is colored with yellow color, that is known as hidden layer. In more complex deep learning neural network, there right hand side you just observe there is also blue color layer which is input layer and green color layer is output layer. In between there are yellow color, 4 yellow color layer. It means there are 4 hidden layers. So that is more complex model, it could be used for more complex issues. Our model work in the following manner. First, data is collected from some clinic, that is data is real world data, and then since we are being engineer, not having medical knowledge, some domain expert is connected and information, domain knowledge is taken. Then, as we are said that this type of data is class imbalance. So first we need to balance the data. So class imbalance data, as we discussed earlier, is applied, and finally the deep learning model is used for predicting the learning disability in a child. This is the framework which you can see. Started with collection of data. Data is pre-processed for the further work, that is a stop word removal and missing values are removed, etc., etc. Data is split into two parts, that is in training data set and testing data set. In machine learning there are some modules for this purpose which are used, and finally the model is prepared for predicting the learning disability. It sent the normal report. Detection of learning disability report. What is the category of learning disability once is identified that the child is having learning disability? Then what type of learning disability is child is having, that is also categorized, and prediction of prevention action, diagnose, treatment, etc. can be easily suggested to the parent of the child. This result, normal result before identifying, before any treatment, and then after treatment, which is already stored, could be compared after some time, and again it could be checked after treatment also. This model can again check whether there is some improvement or not. These are the attributes which are considered for the experiments: whether a child is having headache, job awareness, academic pressure, vocal expression, unhandly influence, whether he is having workload, anxiety, physical health, relationship at work, work stress, digital distraction, sleep hours, time pressure, financial pressure, tech obligation, etc. There are, for the performance evaluation, some measures are considered, that is accuracy, precision, recall, and F measure. And this figure shows the accuracy, precision, recall, F measure achieved by the model. Precision is achieved almost 91%. Accuracy achieved is 88%, and recall is almost 85%. F measure, that is combination of precision and recalls, that is achieved almost 87%. So we can conclude that these days large number of learning disability issue can be seen in our day-to-day life, particularly in India, as India is a mix of socio-cultural country and medium of learning teaching is also different from state to state. Consequently, students with learning disability are very difficult to recognize, and in India exceptionally poor in knowledge of learning disability. Normally it is identified at very late stage, which is very crucial. The study work on learning disability detection system in early age on the basis of their symptoms. The study proposed work on multiple disability detection system to overcome the learning disability issue in early childhood. ECG data, signal data is used for the experiment. The study explored machine learning, deep learning techniques for the purpose for identifying this issue, and finally, based on the result, a hybrid system integrating the machine learning and deep learning is proposed. These are the references used for this purpose. Thank you so much. Thank you all. If you have any question, you can ask.
For such a nice lucid presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Bhavna Narayan. Dr. Bhavna Narayan is currently working as a professor at the School of Information Technology, MITS University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. She is an active researcher and has published several peer-reviewed papers in the national and international journals of repute. Her research area includes wireless networks, machine learning, digital image processing, and cyber security. There are 2 patents to her credit, and also she is member of 4 international societies related to computer science and academia. The topic of today's talk of Professor Narayan is deep learning algorithm for locating animals in Chhattisgarh. So I would like to invite Professor Bhavna Narayan, our guest of honor, to give an insight on deep learning algorithm. Over to you, madam.
Good morning all. Today my topic is deep learning algorithms for locating wild animals in Chhattisgarh. So this is our project work, and this is undergoing in government funding, and we are working for the government in order to support wild animals behavior. So this study is under the outlines, that is objective. First we will discuss the objective of our work, then introduction, and then data set and discussions, means how we are forming our data set and what are the advantages of this data set, and then what are the algorithms of deep learning. First we will discuss what is deep learning, why we have taken this technology, and what are the algorithms which are supportable in different work of deep learning. And then we will go for analysis and conclusion, and last some references are given which we have used for our study. So objective of our work is to study the behavior of wild animal. Firstly, because every part of particular state is affected by the behavior of wild animals. This we are listening and studying in newspaper, and especially the remote areas of a particular state which are situated in a dense forest. They are people of that area are affected by the behavior of wild animals. In order to study this topic, we have selected this work. To find out the necessary criteria before we select this particular algorithms for our model, and then to find out the data set related to wild animal. So in this contest, first we will discuss what is forest, how we will define a forest. So we can say that area which is covered with dense trees, greeneries, and wild animal find suitable for living there. It is known as forest. So in India, we are having a large area of forest which are reducing day by day. This all we are familiar with, and this is one reason because of which the behavior of wild animals are changing. Climatic condition, reduce of forest length, these are all responsible for the change in behavior of wild animal. So this is seen manually, and we are applying technology and AI for studying the behavior of particular animal. So the total forest of Chhattisgarh is covering 12% of total forest of India, and Chhattisgarh is having very beautiful and blessed with dense forest, and wild animals are residing in this forest area. So now we come to second part, that is what is wild animal behavior. So wild animal behavior are very pleasant if they get suitable atmosphere. This we have seen manually. So animal behavior are more complex to study. If we are going to apply AI, and if we are saying that particular elephant behavior is normal or aggressive, then it is very complex part. And in respect to this, if we are thinking to apply AI, then it is more complex, but it is not impossible work. So we are thinking to apply this AI techniques, and in this we are going for deep learning part, and selecting several algorithms for studying the behavior of wild animal. These are some photographs which we have taken, which is a real photograph of Sarguja area, and in this we can see that how wild animals are affecting people's life. These they are passing through a farming area, and farming areas are also affected by the behavior of animal. Next, what are rescue operations? So next condition says that why we are studying wild animal, what we will finally do by studying the wild animal behavior. So we have seen that there are several rescue operations also, where some teams are built up, and they used to bring this wild animals who are get injured, or who are having some problem, or who are very much wild in their behavior. They used to rescue these operations, and they used to wild animals, and they used to keep in the captivity center. So for that, there are some teams which are selected for doing this rescue operation. So this capture team is also having some speciality. They are the peoples who resides in forest for having 10 to 15-year experience. They are comfortable with working with wild animals. They are familiar with the behavior of wild animal. So these persons are selected, and a team has been made. Next, what are the data sets and how we are creating this data set? So for this, we have visited several captivity centers. We have visited in Sarguja district's captivity centers. We have also taken literature review of several other captivity center of other part of India, and we have seen how many animals are kept, how they are divided in different category. And when we are talking about several this behavior, then we have categorized their behavior in their routine work, and we have categorized this routine work in several sections. For example, what are their rest time, what is their roaming time or locomotory time, what is their mating time, what is the time for finding food, how many hours they used to spend for taking bath in place of water, how many times they used to spend. So we have collected all this data manually, and we have designed our model, that is we have designed this model on the basis of classification technique, because we have finally we are one dependency variable is that what is the behavior, he is aggressive or normal, not aggressive. So we have given parameter 1 and 0. It is based on the fuzzy set logic. So we have applied an algorithm of fuzzy set logics, and we have gone through classification technique, and we have developed a model. And for that we have for testing and training of that model, we have taken deep classification technique, and data set we have selected according to the length of our data, and this data is too much. So we have selected deep learning, and we in this slide we are showing there are various algorithms which are used for different type of work, that is for still images. When we have selected still images of animals for identification of wild animal, then we have taken CNN algorithm. When we have gone through time series data set, that is location, their time and all that, then we have selected RNN algorithm, and several pre-tested models have also been selected, that is mobile net, PGG net, Google net. Pre-trained model also we have selected, and we have passed our data set through this pre-trained model also. Okay, then we come to analysis and conclusion. Our work is still going on. This analysis and conclusion is based on the first part of our work, that is what are the accuracy, or for when we have tested our model with still images of wild animal, and this still images of wild animal and technique we have used for selecting for identification of particular animal. We have taken some animals of captivity center, where a particular name has given to that animal, and when we have taken lakhs and lakhs of data of that particular animal and have passed through our model, then we have checked the ratio, how much accurately our model has identified that particular elephant. In second part of our work, we will test our model for the behavior studying or behavior analysis of that particular animal. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narayan, for sharing your valuable knowledge regarding deep learning algorithm. Our next presentation is by Miss Manisha Chandrakar. Manisha Chandrakar is a PhD research scholar at School of Studies in Computer Science and Information Technology at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. And the topic of her talk is efficient techniques for improved quality of service in Internet of Things. Over to you, Manisha.
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Manisha Chandrakar, and I'm a research scholar under Dr. V.K.S.D sir, in SOS in Computer Science and IT, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Today, I'm presenting on topic efficient technique for improved quality of service in IoT. This is a review paper. So basically, in this paper, we are discussed about different techniques by which we can improve the quality of service in IoT. Before moving to the topic, first of all, we are discussed about what what we are going to discussing in all over the topic. Here is my abstract, which includes basically what we are going to discuss, that is Internet of Things, some quality of services, and some ways by which we can improve this quality of service. Uh, the Internet of Things are made with sensors, processing ability, software, and other technologies that collect and exchange data with other devices and systems over the Internet of other communication network. It is also responsible for growing big data every day. Big data is produced by various evolving Internet of Things devices. The amount of data sent to the cloud or fog would take a lot of network bandwidth. As a consequences, the IoT network could be vulnerable to network congestion. Integration of IoT with various systems has brought solution to many problems. Furthermore, some IoT implementation needs multimedia data transmission with various quality of service standard. This paper include various studies of quality of service parameter of IoT devices and enhancing parameter of quality of service metrics play very important role in developing model for implementation of communication algorithm in different layer, but they need to be defined clearly before they are understandable, and these metrics help in expressing their requirement. These metrics are defined based on computing, communication, and things, which are the three of the foundation stones of the IoT paradigms. First of all, we should know what is IoT. So basically, IoT is sometimes we say this as IoT, and sometimes we call it as Internet of Things. Has become increasingly popular in recent years. It is an idea that has the potential to change not only how we live but also how we work. Um, Internet has grown rapidly. Internet has grown rapidly, so as data generated by internet, or we called it as web data, is also growing rapidly. Uh, Smart items, connection with an existing network, and calculation in the current context using available resources. The Internet of Things relies heavily on network resources. Cisco has just phrase Internet of Everything was coined by him. It was characterized by Internet of Things as an extension of IoT. The Internet of Everything connects people, process, data, and other resources. Things that will make networked connection more useful and relevant, turning information into actions is more valuable than ever before. That develop new capability, provide more immersive experiences and businesses. This is once in a lifetime opportunity, individual as well as nations. The major future area of worldwide network is the Internet of Things. IoT is a system of unified computing devices which are associated through Internet in introducing new opportunities and challenges. Reliable data transmission is the requirement of most IoT applications. It is achieved by decreasing packet loss, increased throughput, and avoiding delays. Quality of service is depiction or estimation of the general exposition of health, and achieving high quality of service requires improved routing decision, optimized transmission rates, and efficient topology repair. Some of the layer of IoT is perception layer, network layer, and application layer. When we talk about IoT, we talk about three-layer architecture, which include perception layer, network layer, and application layer. Um, we characterized the quality of service metrics in among these three layers. Um, First of all, we see the things, computing, and communication. Uh, Things include quality of service like interoperability, flexibility, availability, reliability, overall accuracy, stability, response time, security, etc. Before we describe all these quality of service, we have to know what is quality of service, what is quality of service metrics in IoT. Quality of service aids in the management of systems, capability, and resource in order to provide IoT services. It helps service providers to provide users with clear visibility into their services as well as their performance and usability. Service level agreement between IoT service provider and IoT customers can be enforced via quality of service. Quality of service metrics will help customers to identify best IoT service for its application and will also deal with the optimization of service quality. The driver that assists providers in building high-end service for the public can be understood separately by investigation all these three components of IoT. First of all, we move to the quality of service things. The Internet of Things offers a massive pool of sensor embedded items that are like RFID enabled and implicitly connected to a smart network. There are some quality of service which parameters which include in things that is sensor that have been identified as adding a new dimensions to IoT applications. First of all, we discuss about interoperability. Interoperability is described as a sensor's capability to communicate information and resource with other sensors regardless of their configuration or architecture. There is no universal standard for measuring interoperability. However, there are three measures that we can be used to assess interoperability, that is potential measure, compatibility measure, and performance measure. Next is flexibility. Flexibility of sensors can be defined as device ability to change its hardware and software setup, as well as its waveform, which a device in a band is not in use. It can modify its waveform to reduce peak operation time. As a result, a more versatile device operating on a single radio band can be utilized to fulfill many functions with varying latency, range, data rate, and other requirements. Now we should move next parameter, that is availability. What is availability? Availability refers to the ability of sensor embedded device to recognize and gather data to uh, to to offer better operational service. The system should be able to promptly discover from hardware or software failure. IoT device will only function well if they are widely accessible. Next is reliability. Reliability refers to a system ability uh, to recover and self-configure in changing environment. In sensor technology, a bit error might occur, causing the device to malfunction. Reliability should be considered throughout system deployment and architecture to ensure long-term usability of system or devices. Now, next we should move on overall accuracy. What is overall accuracy? The maximum uncertainty between the actual value measured and the standard value established at output parameter can be characterized as sensor accuracy. It's another way of calculating the degree of correctness in systems proper sensing. Next is stability. Long-term stability is defined as the constancy of sensor output over time. Next is response time. As we all want, the response time should be very less. So response time is nothing but when we give some input, we expect some response from the system. That response time should be minimum. Uh, Range. Sensors are intended to operate within a specified range. The physical specification of the sensor's minimum and maximum range are defined for proper operation. The sensor may be damaged or generated in erroneous reading if the range is exceeds. Next is security. As we all know, security is must for all category of softwares or things in our computer world. Not only in computer world, but all over the things. Security. Google Cloud IoT Core is a public service supplied by Google that offer full stack security for billions of heterogeneous devices scattered throughout the globe. It allows for the secure and dependable ingestions, connectivity, and management of data from a wide range of sources. For safe communication, security credentials such as correct device registration, identity authorization, and authentication are required. And last but not the least is mobility support. This is board phrase that encompasses all aspects of IoT device operation. Next, we should move on. Quality of service computing. Computing includes scalability, availability, reliability, response time, security, and privacy. All these are like response time, security, and privacy, reliability, and availability expected from all phases of IoT network. Response time should be minimum, security should be high, availability should be high, and reliability should also be high. Now let's move to the next is that is quality of service in communication. Communication includes various parameters like bandwidth, jitter, availability, security, interoperability, all such things. As we know, communication includes when we connect to the other phase. It includes, so we expect bandwidth should be high, security should be high, so that when we pass the data, that should be secured. First of all, we should discuss all in detail. First of all, we discuss the jitter thing. Jitter is the unfavorable consequences generated by unequal deviation in data packet transmit time intervals rather of remaining constant, the time between packet fluctuations, etc. Inadequate queuing, network congestion, or configuration error can all produce jitter in a network. Next is bandwidth. Bandwidth is the quantity of data that may move over a network in a given amount of time, while the actual network speed may be substantially lower. Next is throughput and efficiency. The number of data packet sent or received via network is measured by throughput and efficiency. It can be described as amount of bandwidth that a network has available. Uh, and other are same as we have discussed earlier, that is availability, network security, etc. This is my literature review. Literature review includes various works which have done by different authors for improving the quality of service of IoT, like by different techniques, by improving some of them improved the routing, some of them improved the mobility model. By improving all these things, quality of service is enhanced and improved by improving all these ways. For quality of service enhancing parameter, again, as we discussed that by enhancing some parameters of IoT, we can enhance the quality of service parameter. For example, by embedding software-defined network, we can improve scalability, reliability in many ways, also security in many ways. First of all, we discuss what is software defined network. Software defined network has the ability to allow greater use of the network, offer quicker software, and expand functionality rapidly. However, the various creative and operational capacity of the network are predicted on the wisdom of the software defined controller. Software defined network controller, there are many controllers which are useful to achieve different quality of service parameters. By using these controllers, we can improve the quality of service in IoT. Next is load balancing. By improving load balancing, or by various techniques are there for load balancing which can enhance the various quality of service parameter. The techniques for load balancing traffic over many servers is known as load balancing. This guarantees that no one server is overburdened. It's time consuming to reconfigure the network in reaction to flaws, problem loads, and fluctuations. Traditional networking routes traffic through a series of router and switches using integrated hardware and software. These are used to connect the control and data planes in a perpendicular manner. In efficient and proper way, load balancing can lead to reduce the response time, the number of involved resources, packet loss ratio, overload, and so on. Moreover, scalability, it can increase scalability, reliability, packet delivery ratio, network lifetime as well. Next is security. By improving security itself is a quality of service. As we have seen that earlier, security is must in all phases of IoT, in all levels of IoT, in all layers of IoT. So we all know what is security now and why it is very important to maintain for improving the quality of service. Uh, Next is power efficiency. IoT is a conceptual grouping of technical characteristics that allow not only the interconnection of useful devices but also environmental control, valuable experience. The Internet of Things may be thought of as a network of interconnected settings that a user can both control and controlled by um, controlled by electrically powered sensors, controllers, and other devices fill the world around us. When it comes to renewable energy and efficiency, green computing, the Internet of Things has direct influence of all these. Now we move next, that is very important, is routing. Routing is very much useful to improve many quality of service. If we have very good routing scheme, we can improve packet delivery ratio, delay, network latency, channel utilization, etc. In Internet of Things, routing method have significant impact on the overall network performance, including throughput, power consumption, latency, transmission rate, among other things. In sensor network, there are excess of algorithms that have been suggested, all of which are geared at improving network performance. Now, conclusion. When we move to the conclusion, here we are discussed about numerous techniques by which we can improve the quality of service. IoT services are capable of linking numerous smart items to the internet, making life safer and more comfortable by lowering expenses and risk. Given the importance of IoT in everyday life, quality of service measurement in the IoT ecosystem must be defined and centralized, because IoT is made up of three component things: computing and communication. This study identifies multiple quality of service metrics relevant to each component. The main contribution of this study is the identification and definition of quality of service measures in a variety of contexts. This study assists IoT service provider in more comprehensively described in their ways, as well as fostering healthy competition among IoT service providers. This work aids IoT clients to comprehending their requirement for IoT service. Furthermore, when building model for various difficulty, research and expert must consider the quality of service component. This effort will also assist them in considering crucial and relevant quality of service indicators. These are references which is helpful for making my presentation as well as my papers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to present here a paper of my literature's review or on my study of the quality of service in IoT. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisha Chandrakar, for sharing your valuable knowledge on IoT. Our next speaker is Dr. Ritesh Verma. Dr. Verma is currently working as Principal KR Technical College, Ambikapur, Chhattisgarh. And he has more than 10 years of teaching and research experience. Dr. Verma has published several papers in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. The topic of today's talk of Dr. Verma is blockchain technology in higher education in India, opportunities, applications, and challenges. So I would like to invite Dr. Ritesh Verma, our guest of honor, for his talk. Over to you, Dr. Verma.
Ambikapur, District Sarguja, Chhattisgarh, India. First of all, I congratulate the entire team of Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls College, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh, India for organizing this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. In this e-conference, I want to talk about blockchain technology in higher education in India with its opportunity, application and challenges. So here is the main agenda of the topic. For a long time, the higher education system in India has remained largely unchanged. Even though new and better technology have emerged in this field, their adoption is extremely limited. Blockchain has pioneered a new and innovative approach to decentralizing records and their exchange for gaining knowledge and skills. So here is keyword blockchain technology, higher education and e-learning. This is some related work exploring blockchain technology and its potential application for education by Guang Chen in 2018 and understanding blockchain opportunity and challenges by Carmen Holstew in 2018 and some more. What is the research gap fulfilled by the study? To reduce the current knowledge gap by conducting a comprehensive systematic review of the current literature about blockchain technology in higher education in India. Objective of the study: this paper tried to explain blockchain technology and how it can be used in higher education. It discussed the use of blockchain technology and few of many models designed to help educational institutions. This paper is merely an attempt to discuss the problem and challenges that blockchain faces in providing successful support to higher education in India. So here is my research finding. It is not easy to find novel technology like blockchain to join higher education system smoothly in India. The distinct benefit of blockchain can be seen as data storage, formative evaluation, data security, universal database, smart contracts, and much more. Several inventiveness actions have been taken to store data for students and faculties by educational institutions. So, in my research finding, following describe how blockchain can be used in education. First, we talk about college level, then university level, third national level, and fourth world level. In San Francisco, Holberton School is a software school which provides project-based education as an option from college courses. It has used blockchain to store and distribute its issued certificates to stop fake certification. To create login and store the certificates in the database, encryption and two-factor authentication is implemented. This can be also implemented in various colleges in India. Then in university level, the requirement for shared archives for documents and achievement records become genuine. For instance, few universities that created a code share like record control on certification, it can be used to form global association among different cluster of educational groups to share resources at cheaper rates. This is very beneficial for university in India. When you talk about national level, a national level approach to share database to all level as college, university, examination board, employers, association and other is greatly needed in India. An overall controlling body is required to sit on all and control everything for them to smoothly run that database in system. Blockchain technology can be the solution in India to maintain this level. And what about world level? This is also called global level, and the current assessment system is a cumbersome procedure of approval and authentication of certificates and achievements. The main trouble is involvement of different bodies and centralization of data. Blockchain technology is decentralized method of storing credentials and achievements where platform to assessment score, recording and sharing. All it need is that education bodies to use it. It will offer global service which also benefits for all education bodies in India. So this is my research finding. In my research, I found that basic 5 blocks chain education model. Blockchain technology has built educational models with significant challenges in programming their blockchain. Some of the platforms are AgeCoin, Teach Me Please, Success Life, Sony Global Education and Tutelus. So first we talk about AgeCoin. Educational documents like degrees and certificates have been stored by AgeCoin. It directly cut the cost of validation of students and institutions by confirming their authenticity from the third party to their block. This eliminates bureaucracy and paperwork. And when we talk about Teach Me Please provides online and offline database of learning bodies to different learning groups of kids as well as individual learners with instructor. These different educational programs need large amount of space and power to process such huge data, and Teach Me Please much such platform available to them. When we talk about Success Life, then Success Life is the blockchain company created by Success Resources which provides books, coaching classes and study material available at lower expenses and reducing down the cost of overpriced workshop. Success Life have also shared events like coaching, webinar, videos and workshop assignment on this platform. And Sony Global Education, the Sony Corporation and Sony Global Education have created a blockchain-based platform to record student educational data. Students' educational data from numerous schools is managed and merged by the school administrator as well as college, and is mapped out as an analytic system on the basis of experience and transcript. Furthermore, the learner can not only store their own formal or informal experiences but also can share them with selective audience for quick verification. Then, what is the challenges for adopting the blockchain? Even when blockchain technology have been accepted by many fields of business, finance, healthcare, etc., several challenges are faced in higher education. Some of them are security, speed, cost, data sharing, and extent. Blockchain is one of the supreme innovation of recent time. It seems that it will take a considerable time before the technology is accepted broadly. Conclusion and my future scope. This paper is attempted to explain the role which the blockchain technology can play in higher education in India. A main area where blockchain benefits is the collaboration of different institutions in sharing their data on the network, including students' record and credentials, but also the skills and qualification. Utilizing such technology with increased student flexibility as it grants them access to the complete academic programming at every other institution. In India, educational institutions can reduce operating costs by sharing infrastructure, academic program, and services. Job-driven education is another scope for blockchain technology implementation. Recruiting agency could examine and evaluate student skill and recommended certain learning program. Another important area of future research can be quality enhancement in online education using blockchain technology. So, what is my validity of this research? Although my main objective in this study was to conduct a high quality sentiment analysis of the blockchain research study, some inevitable threats were imposed which may have affected the validity of our result. These threats, along with the action taken to alternative their effects, are listed below. Paper selection criteria, identification of topmost funding agency, and generalizability of findings, and as well as not but not least human errors. And this is references. So at the end, thanks to Computer Science Department of Government V.B.S.D Girls College, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh, for inviting me as a resource person in this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Verma, for your nice lucid presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vinod Kumar. Dr. Vinod Kumar is associated with Department of Computer Science and Engineering, KL University, Andhra Pradesh. He is working as an associate professor, and he is an active researcher and has published more than 30 research papers in journals of repute. And he has also published various book chapters in several edited books, and also papers in the conference proceedings. The research interest of Dr. Vinod includes web mining, machine learning, big data analysis, blockchain, soft computing, data science, etc. And the topic of today's talk is weblog analysis. So I would like to invite Dr. Vinod Kumar for his valuable talk on weblog analysis. Over to you, Dr. Vinod Kumar.
Trends in computer science, which is organized by Department of Computer Science, Government Vijay Bhushan Singh Dev Girls PG College, Jashpur. Today I am going to give the presentation over the weblog data analysis, and I will be presenting this one myself, Dr. Vinod Kumar. I am an associate professor in CSC department in KL deemed to be University, Andhra Pradesh. So let's we start what actually the database, the weblog data is there. So My presentation will go like this: the introduction, web mining and web usage mining process, weblog data source and sample weblog data sets, pre-processing of the weblog data, and one tool is that weblog analysis. Using this analyzer tool, we will do some hands-on, and then we will come into the conclusions. So what is weblog? So weblog is nothing but it is the data that is stored on the servers whenever we visit any website. So this data, this weblog data has very important informations. We can extract the fruitful information for our decision making and for various purposes. So why it is so important? Because today everybody is having the mobile phones. They frequently now and then they are accessing the any of the websites. It may be the YouTube, social media sites, or anything. So what actually happens whenever we visit to any websites, if anything we are watching, so our footprints are stored somewhere where it is the data, it is the location that is there in the web server where that website or app is hosted. So because of these increasing demands, the customers or the mobile users or any of the persons who is using the websites, this is the very interesting and very demanding thing from the owners of the websites, or it may be the owners of the organizations. They want to know what people are watching, okay, and how they are staying, which they are what they are liking, what they are not they are not liking means they are disliking. So because of that, what is happening? So almost every organizations, they offer services and important information to the targeted visitors through their hosted websites. So for example, online shopping using e-commerce, resource sharing, online banking, e-learning, e-banking, online news broadcast, online ticket reservations, hotels room booking, and many more. So in this there is one term that we call the web mining came. So web means the world wide web. So in that the informations are data is there, we can extract the informations. For that this web mining term was coined, and it was first coined by the Oren in 1996. So this web mining is the basically broad name. So it is divided into the web content, web structure, and web uses mining. So in the web content mining, we have the mining over the text, images, audio, video, content, and the structured records. And in web structure, we have their means how they are interlinked, means we can do mining over the hyperlinks, document structure, and the intra-doc hyperlinks, means the linking of the objects within the page, and the linking or the hyperlinking or connections or the relations between one or more documents, that is the interdoc. And then comes the web usage mining, and this is the very interesting things, and here we will discuss it. So we have the web server logs, and we have application server logs and application level logs. So these levels, in these levels the logs files are stored, and as per our point of interest we check it and we perform the mining task. So in the web content mining, what actually it is there? So as from the name it is clear that it is the process of extracting the significant information from the web document, text, audio, video, structured records such as list, tables, everything. So web content mining uses the techniques. They are not using other techniques, but they are utilizing the data mining techniques like the classifications, text summarization, clustering, of information in the World Wide Web. They are using these techniques to get these information. Whenever we are performing any search by putting some keywords into the any web search engines, so what happens, they do these type of tasks, classification and clustering, then the pages come and they are ranked, they classified and they are ranked. If we see in the website, we get we get we get images, video, audios, okay. So these are the classes, but in that the documents are again clustered, and based on the rankings, we get the choiced, means top 1 or 2 pages that we, based on our keywords that we have supplied into the search engine. So what are the applications where it is used in web content mining? This is also one broad area: document clustering or categorization, topic identification, tracking, concept discovery, focused crawling. Crawling means the bots or search engines, they crawl to the websites and get the information for indexing purpose. People, whenever supply is personalization, intelligence search tools. So these are the some application in the of the web content mining. Next comes the web structure mining. So in the web structure mining, what is that? It is name suggests that structures means whenever a website is designed, their pages are connected to each other by the hyperlinks. So this is nothing but a this interlinking, how they are interlinked to each other. These informations are also very useful. Why it is? If we know the informations, what are the pages frequently the users are visiting, so we can structure them for the better optimizations. So here the examples are there. What we can do, here we have the similarity and relationship among different web pages within the websites. And what is that? This technique extract the patterns from the hyperlinks in the web. That is the important thing here. So it generates a structural summary about the website and the web page by analyzing the links. And very famous hit and page rank algorithm is used for these purposes. There are so many algorithms, but it is a very popular algorithm. Because of this only we get the top 10 results, top 100 results, the results whatever as per our keywords comes, and they arrange the pages so that we can get the most relevant page. Because the search engine never gives the exact answers, it gives the suggestions, okay, most based on your keywords, the similarity. So what we can do in this method, what we have to do, we can find the web page is known here, whatever web page is there, it is known as the authority. If the web page is directed by many hyperlinks, and web page is called then hub, if pages directs to the various hyperlinks. What are the applications we have in this? We have the user and customer behavior modeling we can do, and website optimization is very important thing for this type of mining. E-customer relationship management, web marketing, target advertising and recommendation systems, we can apply this in these applications. Next is the web usage mining that we are going to do more in detail. That is also the topic, the weblog analysis. So what is that? So it is defined as the use of the data mining tools and techniques to find out the valuable informations. We get the valuable informations from the web log data to know the users behavior. Users behaviors means how much they are visiting, how frequently they are visiting, what pages they are surfing, they are searching, okay, in what is the pattern. There are so many types of information that we get from this one, and this is possible by traces left recorded in the web servers as a result of activity we perform on the websites. So web usage mining applications are the can apply here in the personalization for a user. Okay, we can find the frequent access behavior of user, and overall performance can improved, and the caching of frequently accessed pages, modification of the linkage structure, common access behavior are accessed, and gather business intelligence to improve the sales and the advertisements. So now question comes, why weblog? Already we discussed, because weblog is having the important fruitful informations. Okay, if we search there, if we analyze that, then we can get these important information for various purposes, for customer behavior analysis, website optimizations, and so many other things. So there are, for this, various types of analyzers are already available in the market. We will have a quick review of the weblog analyzers that are available. So we have the automated analysis environment for easy and fast analysis. So for that we use the weblog analysis, and this improve the knowledge access process and improve end user experience. For that weblog analyzer we use it. If there is a specialized type of pattern mining or a specialized type of information which is a little different from the in general informations, so for that we can do the specialized mining. In that we can identify useful patterns by analyzing the weblog data, and which helps in the decision making. So here we can use the classification, clustering, association rule mining, we can find frequent pattern mining, so many algorithms that are available we can apply here. So now comes to the some background informations where the log files are there. So what actually happened, so whenever we visit any client browser, okay, it goes, we have the web proxy servers, we have the and web servers, proxy server, web server, these are the locations where we have the informations. So in your browsers also we have some information stored. If we get those information, that's why nowadays cookies are very common. So what the websites does, whenever we visit websites, they ask us to accept the cookies. Why? Some of the information will be stored in our web browsers, and they will take for analysis purpose, so that they can serve us some personalized informations. So next is the web proxy server, is also a location where we get the log files. Next we have the web servers, basically it is the core location where the all the activity whatever we perform over any website, they are stored in the weblog server, web servers. So they basically they have their one text file is there. So these are the locations. Generally in the text file, that is the extension is the log files .log. So here in the textual format the data is stored. So this data, how it looks, we will see it. So in this web usage mining process, what we do, so whenever we will be having this data set, after collecting these data sets, we can do the pre-processing task, because lot of noise and outliers and some irrelevant information may be there, that is not our point of interest. So what we have to do, we have to remove those things. For that we do the pre-processing task. Then we come to the pattern discovery. In that we apply the different data mining techniques like pattern, frequent pattern mining, association rule mining. We perform the clustering, classifications, grouping, filtering, all those things, and after that they generate the patterns. So those patterns are analyzed, and here we will get the insights. So this is the general steps in the web usage mining, or we can say the in a weblog analysis. So this is the this is the sample of I have taken from a weblog data. So how it is stored line by line into the weblog files. There are different formats of log files. Every different type of servers, like IIS server is there, Apache server is there. So they have their own formats. So it may be in different formats. They are storing way of storing the data into the log files. But most of the nowadays whatever weblog analyzers we are using, they support these different variety of formats of the log files. So like here we have this IP address, then data of access and what time they have access, what is the port number, okay, which locations they have access, what were the HTTP protocols they have used, okay, how much they stayed there. So these information we can have here. So line by line, this is a pre-process, so we kept line by line. But like this, the data is stored in the weblog file. We need to pre-process it. After pre-processing, we can apply these things for the purpose of log analysis. So after pre-processing, we can have in this format, like it depends upon what are informations you are required. So based on that, you can select those. So like here, user is there. User means can be identified there by their IP addresses or some the domain names we can say. So this is the request made by the users, like get history, Apollo, this. So at this location, page is there. What was the time stamp at what time they have access, what was the zone, okay, zone means from which area they are sending the request, and what was the HTTP reply, and how much bytes in the reply. Whenever we search or we get the informations, we transfer the data, so that is measured in the bytes. So this is the sample piece of information of the log files. So it looks like that. We have to format it and we can perform. But in weblog analyzer, we can directly do the analysis without making the data in these formats. And some of the weblog analyzer, they directly can extract the tar file or the compressed file, no need to decompress it. So what is the methodology that we do? Already we discussed in the general steps. We have the weblog servers, web server log files we have. Then in the pre-processing, we can perform data cleaning, because data may be having weblog file may have some different unrelated and irrelevant data. We need to remove it. Then we have to do the user identification. This is called the user identifications. We can have the session identification as per our convenience. We can make a session. And path completions we can do. Path completions means some of the pages may be the traversing of the users is there from, suppose there is A to C, the page is accessed, so we can, and after that what he will search. So if we have the data set, we can do this this path completion we can do. Like next will be the D, or B is missing, we can do this type of path completion, so that we can get the data pre-processed and in a appropriate format for applying the analysis techniques. Then pattern discovery is there, clustering, classifications, filtering, grouping, all those things we can perform here. Then we will get the patterns, and patterns will be analyzed. Then we will get the analysis report, and these analysis reports can be shared to the website owners or decision policy makers, or who is in the decision body, and they can take the appropriate decisions for the growth of their organizations or their business. So now next the questions comes, if it is very important, then what are the tools are available for this purpose? So there are different variety of tools are available for this purpose, for weblog analysis, so that we can get the important informations. So some of the popular weblog analyzers we have searched here, and we have arranged them, we have compared with the 18 parameters we can see here. So what are the parameters we have taken here? Means what is the name, vendor name, what is the current versions, so website linkage, how is there or not. Website linkage means whether directly from the website we can get this information or not, the analysis or not. License, language, database, whatever database they are using, what is the user interface, mean it is GUI or not, platforms where they are using, and report formats. As we will analyze, they will generate the report. So in what formats the report may be seen, so HTML, PDF format or CSV formats like that. And availability of the dynamic reports are there. Dynamic reports means we can apply some filters and we can get the informations as per our convenience. So that is called the availability of the dynamic reports. Then we have the emails facility is there or not. Email facility means after the analysis result immediately will be sent to the entered email. Next, report schedulers is there. Scheduler means we can schedule the report at what time automatically automatically the report will be generated and shared to that. And next one is the source URL. So these are the 18 parameters we are taking here. So best one, not we can say each of them are best in their own respect, but Google Analytics, Deep Log Analyzer, Weblog Experts, these are the very important tools that we can use for this purpose, for weblog analysis, and their comparisons are there. The summarized data is shown here. So similarly we have the visitors. Next we have here visitors, Webalizer, Analog, and the next one we have the PV keys also, another one, Open Web Analytics, AWS stats are there. So these are the other three weblog analyzers. So their versions may be different because this study was done very long back. So now maybe they have upgraded. So these are the log file formats. I told there are different variety of log file formats. So they support what are the log file formats they support, okay, for the analysis purpose. So they can use Apache, IIS, Nginx, CLF, XLF, ELF, so W3C, etc. Next we have the weblog storming is there, web tracks is there, daily starts is there. Next we have the relax, state counter, some will hai, and go access, new log analyzer, HTTP analyzer we have, and log analytics sense is there, alter wind log analyzers are there. So these are the different too many I have listed here 20 weblog analyzers. So any of the weblog analyzer anyone can download and they can do the analysis once the weblog file is there. So next one, what is that, what we can have here? Yeah. So now coming to the weblog analyzer, we will see what is the web analyzer, how it is going to helpful. So what I used, these two tools I have used, and it works very fine. You can also work, you can go to this link, www.deep-software.com/download. At this location you can download this deep log analyzer and weblog experts also. This one is the proprietary, but you can download it, and they give the trial periods. In that you can check it and get the results. So what information they can extract? So this extracts the following information, like what are the requested page, images, files are there, unique visitors in each day, hours, everything at granular level. Also we can drill down, drill up, and we can see it. Page views per visit and pages accessed by the search engines or crawlers. Number of visits came from the Google searches for every day, and users navigation patterns, web trails, and weekdays and the hours distribution access. So this is the listed few of them, but it has a very broad rich information that we have here. So we can have here the website. I'll see it how we can do it. So yeah, we have the deep here. Deep, you can search deep weblog analyzer. We can search here, and this is the deep web analyzer. Here we can search it. Okay, we can go to the download. We can download this one, and after downloading we can work over it. This is already I have downloaded, so I won't spend time in downloading. Next one is the expert log. Analyzes. So this is the expert log analyzers. We can use expert log analyzer if it is there. Yeah, weblog experts. So this is also a very powerful analyzer. So I can explain here by seeing here. So what are the sample reports we can generate? We can see here sample reports. Okay, so it will be better to understand. So they are providing the automated files, and taking those files, they have generated these results. So what is that summary? This is the overall summary of the analysis on weblog that we did. So it is telling total hits, how many, 3,135, and how many visitors hits is 3059. Then spider hits means they are not actually the visitors, some robot programs they have access. This is the 76. Average hits per day 447. Average hit per visit request. Page views, total page views is 957. Average page views per day. So these are the informations. And total unique IP, how many unique IPs, from unique IPs people are coming. Okay, and then bandwidth, total bandwidth. So how much data was transferred during that time, during the sale time, something. So at that time what happens, more number of people visit to the shopping websites. So what happens at that time, data transfers will be much more, so that we need more bandwidth to the that website, so that the request can be served. So visitor bandwidth, spider bandwidth, average bandwidth per day. So here this gives the information whether to increase the server to the websites or not, so that request can be served to our customers, and no customer can leave the place. Because customer tendencies, the website is, if it is taking too much time, or it's taking waiting sometimes, so people don't stay on your website, immediately they will jump to some other websites. So that's why we need to give the each and every friendliness to the customer, so that they can be retained. Then we have others details are also there. What are the paths? Okay, these are the top path through the websites. So what are the bounce rates? So these are the daily page access. What are the daily pages accessed by the different user? Most popular pages, which are those? Okay, so if it is this page is very popular, so what I can do, I can keep this near to the home page. So like that we can arrange. We can directly these pages are there where who is getting the number of hits more. Like this home page, there people generally enter to the weblog home page of any websites, then they move to the others. Then page 5 is there, so ranking is here, we can see here. So not this graphical, statistical, different types of presentations are there. The report can be seen and generated. Just I am showing for the examples, anybody can see and can they perform. So like web browsers, if you want to see what are the web browsers they are using to visit our websites, Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, and their ratios. So you can see here Google Chrome is used by much more. We have next one is that here Internet Explorer, Firefox, and what is their contribution in our hits. So these are the statistics of the web browsers through which the visitors has visited to our websites. If any error was there, that can how many times at the time of accessing the website people got this type 404 errors. So this is also the informations how many internal server error has arise, page not found error, how many times it came, okay, during that particular time. So these many type of information we can get here. So we can extract all the informations. We can see here browser, referrers, visitors, access statistics, activity statistics, general statistics, everything we can get here. So this is the tool that you can use and you can work it. So just I will demonstrate this deep web log analyzers for the demonstration purpose. So deep web log analyzer, after installation you will get this link and you can work here. So it is asking to buy, but it is giving the 20 days evaluation, so 25 days, so we can use it. So we can click here, continue its scheme. So already I did while taking some websites log data set, I did some analysis, so it is already there, but if you want you can do by yourself also. Just what we have to do, we have to come here over the new project, we have to close the first one. So this is suppose I am going to have conference, this is the project name that I am going to keep here, and I need then data sets. So where the data set, if it is on FTP server we can get from there, if it's on your local file you can click here and you can get here. So this weblog data is there, we can get it. This is weblog data, it is coming here, we can press here next. If you want any website name you can complete it like this .com, you can keep it, whatever domain of your website is there you can keep it. Then we can adjust number of hours to compensate different time zone of your web servers. 2, 3 we can keep here, but I am taking it as a by default. Okay, visit timeout 30 minutes we are taking here, so it helps in the synchronizations, so many things, but we are not making any changes. And data format in log files it is taking automatically, we are not date formats, we are not disturbing anything, automatic the date format is taking. Okay, so we are going to click here next. So keep only the last period of logs in the database, so time we can set here. We are going with the by default, so no problem. Okay, so it has detected my system. Then next we are going to analyze it. Now we are going to analyze it. So if it is okay, then it will come, the statistics will come. Okay, so you can see here number of hits 292 it is showing, and number of successful hit 285 per day, 292 like that. Out traffic, incoming traffic, what is this? So you can get here hits summary, visitor summary, referral summary, and technical summary, search engine summary. page view summary. So these are the different variety of information, statistical information you can get here, and you can also explore here. So any server error was there or not, page not found, some error came or not, so you are getting this type of information. Color depth, browsers, what are the browsers they have used to visit our website, so you can see here, and their countings are also there, how many times from which browser the user has came and how much data transfer happened during that time. What are the top search website search sites? The data is not available, it depends upon the log files, what type of log file is there. So referring site history is there, like referring sites is there, so we can get here number of visits, top countries. So what are those top countries from where the users are coming? So we can see here United States 28, Islamic Republic of Iran 11, Germany 3, unique visitors, United Kingdom, UK is 1, Russian. So this type of the summarized and detailed information we can get it, and anyway we can also save it somewhere. Okay, and different tasks we can perform, we can do different types of settings also. So this is nothing but the some information about or some demonstration of the deep log analyzer I have given. Based on this you can design your own also, and you can also, if you want, you have your website, you want to search some information, granular or important information from your website, you can use any type of web log analyzers and you can get those informations. So in this way we have covered these details. We have covered here the introduction of the what is the weblog analysis, what is the web mining, okay, and what are the different classes of web mining, like web content mining, web structure mining, and web usage mining. Then the sources of the web data log and why weblog is required, and after that we have given some examples of the weblog tools, the summary of the different some important top tools we have taken here and we have compared them, and after that I have given two hands-ons on the weblog expert tool as well as the deep log analyzer using the weblog files. And one more thing, how weblog files are stored, we can see here. We'll display it. We have the weblog file which I have stored here. Yeah. So we have, this is the weblog file that I have. You can see here the actually data, weblog data is stored like this. Whenever you have visited any website, your record will be stored in the web server like this. And this is the interesting things that we have to take and analyze it. So with this we are ending this session. I hope that you have gained some knowledge and some exposure about the web mining, and if anybody want to do some research works, they can do also. A lot of research work is there, gaps are there. Okay. Nowadays websites are there, every companies, they are promoting themselves through the websites. I think any good company definitely will have the websites. So they want informations and how we need the advanced state of art techniques, they always needed. So we can work over that and we can get the information. So with this I am ending here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinod Kumar, for your nice lucid presentation on weblog analysis. And we are really grateful uh, for sharing your valuable time and knowledge with us. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Deepti Kumari. Dr. Deepti Kumari is an assistant professor at Department of Computer Science, Sarla Birla University, Jharkhand. The topic of her talk is blockchain application in land registration and recording system. Dr. Deepti Kumari is having more than 10 years of teaching and research experience, and she has published a number of research papers in different national and international journals of repute, and also in the conference proceedings as well as book chapters. Uh, and this is really a matter of she has given the consent for delivering the talk on blockchain application in land registration and recording system. So now I would like to invite Dr. Deepti Kumari for her talk. Over to you, Dr. Deepti Kumari.
Who are attending this e-conference. I heartily thank to the organizer of this third international e-conference for giving me this opportunity. Really, it's a great platform for knowledge sharing domain in the field of computer science. The title of this e-conference is Emerging Trends in Computer Science. So, I'm going to share my views on one of the emerging trends, that is blockchain. I will discuss about the use of registration and recording system and what will be the impact of adoption of this technology. This is the outline of my presentation. I will discuss about what is blockchain. Under blockchain, I will discuss the different components of blockchain, what are the building blocks of blockchain, and what is the procedure of working on the blockchain. After that, I will discuss what is existing land registration process, what are the issues in existing land registration process, proposed land registration system using blockchain, and what will be the impact of blockchain technology after adoption. And then I will conclude my views and references. What is blockchain? Generally, a blockchain is a linked list. As we know that a linked list is a set of blocks which are connected to each other by pointers, and pointers are memory addresses. But in case of blockchain, the blockchain is a distributed data structure which is replicated at various computers or nodes, and the linking is not based on memory addresses. A different notion of linking exists between nodes, and each of these nodes are called blocks. It is replicated all over because a replication gives advantages that if one of the replica gets corrupted, the other replicas are there to make sure that the integrity of the information contained in the data structure is maintained. It is distributed, means the different computers involved in the blockchain platform actually are running distributed algorithm in order to maintain the data's consistency and integrity. And the consistency of the data is maintained by a process called consensus. Consensus means that everybody agrees that the data that goes into the data structure is correct and they agree to put there. And the linking in blockchain is a cryptographic technique called hashing, and cryptographically assured integrity of data is maintained in the blocks of the blockchain. Integrity means that the data, once it has been agreed by all the relevant parties to put in the data structure, it has not been tampered with. Nobody has come and changed the data and claimed that this is the data that was put in. That is made virtually impossible in blockchain, and that is the main property of the blockchain. As we see that most of the application where blockchain is used, either cryptocurrency or some other application where the integrity of the data is the main thing. Now, what is the blockchain used for or used as? When we do banking transaction, bank keeps logs of when we interacted with its banking service and what we did, what transaction we made. All these are logged. The main problem with keeping logs without any notion of protection of the integrity is that somebody can tamper with the logs and somebody can delete some of the excesses. And therefore, later on, when we check the log, we would know some part of its history. So, therefore, the blockchain is designed in such a way that it is an immutable ledger of events, which means it is a log that cannot be changed by a malicious party or by a mistake. And therefore, all the data that we put in there could be event logs. It could be transaction, it could be various kind of accesses and modification we do to some data or property transaction. All these things, logs has to be kept in an immutable ledger, and that is what blockchain provides. So tampering of this data is made virtually impossible. So we do not say that it is impossible, but possible only when we have a very high computational power, which is almost impossible for individuals together. So the whole idea of creating currency, that whose transaction, whose creation, whose use, everything has to be put in tamper-proof log and without a trusted third party or without a central agency which keeps tracks of these logs. Most of the time, many people confuse the idea of Bitcoin and blockchain. Bitcoin is a type of a cryptocurrency. It is just a part of the story. And there are many number of other applications in which we need to keep tamper-proof or tamper-resistant logs. And there, blockchain is a very important platform to use. So among that, one of the application is land registration and land recording system. Now I am going to discuss about the components of blockchain. So you can see in the picture that the blockchain comprises of 6 core components: node, transaction, chain, miner, consensus, and block. Node establishes the infrastructure of a blockchain which securely stores and shares data. Nodes can be computers, laptops, or even bigger servers that are all connected to the network and consistently interchange the latest blockchain data to keep on updating. Transactions are individuals' settlements which assure an atomic event that is allowed by the underlying protocol. Blocks inside a blockchain network are linked to each other and create an ever-growing ordered list called chain. Miners perform verifications of each transaction and after a successful authentication process, add the information of that transaction in the blockchain structure. Consensus refers to the set of guidelines and algorithms. It governs blockchain operations. The most popular 2 consensus algorithms and their respective incentive mechanisms are proof of stake and proof of work. Block. Block refers to data structure that is used for keeping a set of transactions to be distributed to all nodes in the network. Now, I am going to discuss about the basic building block of blockchain technology, that is block. The first block in the chain is called genesis. Each block in the transaction comprises two fields, the header part and the body part. Header part contains nonce, timestamp, the hash value of the block and the hash value of the previous block. And body part contains record of transactions. The data that is stored in each block depends on the purpose for which we are using the blockchain platform. A hash acts as a unique identifier of each block in a blockchain. It is generated with the help of cryptographic hash algorithm following Merkle tree structure. The hash is a fixed length record consisting of some digits and letters. A block header also stored the hash value of the previous block, and that's how it confirms the security of the blockchain data structure. A nonce is a 4-bit byte value starting with 0, and whenever the hash calculation is performed, the value of nonce will also increment it with every time. With the help of timestamp attribute, it's easy to track the creation time or time span of any transaction. This picture will show the process of blockchain. So there are 7 steps that is followed in the blockchain procedure. The first stage is a transaction is requested by the client. Step 2, and in step 2, the transaction is relayed to a peer-to-peer network that consists of nodes, that is computers. After that, each node uses predefined algorithm to verify the user status and validate the transactions. In the next step, a verified transaction can involve cryptocurrency, contract records, or other information. And then the transaction is combined with the other transaction once verified to create a new block of data for the ledger. And the new block is added to the existing blockchain, which is permanent and unalterable. And the transaction is finished. So these are the 7 steps procedure of blockchain. Falling chances of disputes involved in the present land registration process, like land-related litigations, are increasing due to growing number of fraud cases, corruptions in the present system, and outdated law. Present system has no unique record or golden record system. So anytime there is a possibility of manipulations, less efficient system to facilitate, to verify, and track the land records. If someone wants to get loan using land as a collateral security, use lots of paperwork which will take unnecessary delay and that not foolproof. Collect documents like records of rights, mutation tract, crop certificates, etc., which are necessary for securing loan, subsidy, and any by other benefit from the government. Farmers have to spend time and money. Additional costs incurred due to involvement of middlemen and brokers. So present registration process is time consuming due to lots of paperwork and physical visits. It is difficult to track multiple sellings of the same land or landed property. Think many of you have watched the movie Hosla Ka Ghor, in which the problems related to existing land recording and registry has been clearly shown. Let us understand it with an example that you want to buy a piece of land and somebody claimed that he owns the land and showed you some paperwork, and you paid him or her the money, and land registry office check checked, and land registry office said yes, this land belongs to this owner. So you trusted that, and you went ahead and paid, and then this person disappears. Then the third person comes and says that this land actually is mine, and so sale is not legitimate. So at this point, you go back to the registry, and registry says, oh, we made a mistake. Actually, some data was missing, and now we know that this person is right. Now you are basically have no land, even though you paid somebody who is now missing. So somebody might have changed the land record twice. Once in the name of that other guy, and then name of this guy. And all the logs of this change of this data has also gone missing, because we are trusting the land registry authority to maintain the integrity of the land record. And also, if any access is made for changing any of the land records, maybe the logs has to be protected also, but the logs were not protected properly, because it is an insider who has managed to delete relevant entries in the log, so it is not clear who accessed the log. The government employee? We can't say. In this, I will discuss about the present land registration process. You can see in the picture that shows the steps that is followed while anyone want to purchase land in the India. So first, all the documents related to the land with the help of BLRO, seller and legal professional is verified. After that, drafting is done. Drafting a proper deed with the help of legal professional is done. Then the stamp paper from authorized vendor is got, and then the deed at the registrar office in the presence of both parties is executed. After that, land will be registered with the signature of both parties and with the signature of two witnesses and revenue officers. After that, the recording of the registration deed at the BLR office is applied. After that, BLRO verify all the records and arrange a hearing with the last record owner and new owner, and after being satisfied, change and the land record in the favor of new owner provided the mutation certificates. So for a huge population and growing economy, as a fixed capital Indian land is becoming more precious day by day. But our land registration and recording system is not able to support good governance due to lack of trustworthiness, security, transparency, reliability, and very slow data processing. Registration is only recognized as an agreement between two parties for transfer of property. The Office of Sub-Registrar is only undertaking deed registration under the Central Registration Act. In the system, SRO does not verify the ownership of the land, so property fraud is uncontrollable in many forms in our country. History shows that by modifying original registered documents, one can sell properties on the basis of modified documents. One can also sell the same property to multiple people by keeping each other under DAR. The BLRO, SLRO, and DLRO are the custodian of the land records in our country. They are the authority to maintain the land record details. Land records are under the jurisdiction of state laws. So this is not a trustworthy process because in every step there is the possibility of manipulations. So to eliminate above issues regarding recording property rights, the Department of Revenue and Land Reforms has to adopt blockchain technology. So this is the proposed procedure for land registration system using blockchain technology with smart contracts. So as we have seen that blockchain has many advantages, and by using blockchain we can eliminate all the issues that we have seen in the existing land recording system, and we can get the reliable data and we will not face any type of problem. So now all over the country, but some of the few states are implementing the blockchain technology for the land registry and the land recording system. So using the features of blockchain technology like distributed ledger with smart contract, the property rights will be assured. Every land must be in a separate block with details of landholders that are as an entity. So you can see that this is the flow chart that we have made for proposed land registration system using blockchain. So what? First, users registers to the platform and seller upload property specifications, and the interested buyers can see the property. And if they are interested, so negotiation will be done with the seller. If they are agree with that particular negotiation, then they paid the revenue to the government authority and change the title in front of revenue office and make a new block in front of them. If not, then the contract will be ended. So smart contracts is a very important one in this. So what is smart contract? A smart contract is a legal binding with specific terms between two or more parties in which there is an agreement to interchange one element of value for another. Unlike traditional contracts, which are tangled with lots of paperwork, time, and physical presence, blockchain-based smart contracts are lines of self-executed codes to enforce rules for secure, trusted, and cost-effective electronic transactions among anonymous parties without the involvement of any third party or central authority and legal system. In the blockchain, smart contracts are stored inside the blocks due to which they acquire the same properties of the blockchain technology. So smart contracts are also distributed, traceable, and tamper-proof in nature. Every smart contract holds four properties: field, balance, storage, and code. Smart contracts reside in the Ethereum blockchain, and Solidity programming language is used to write the codes for smart contracts. The smart contract was conceived by Nick Szabo in 1997. So in the blockchain, smart contracts are stored inside the blocks due to which they acquire the same properties of the blockchain technology. So we can rely that there will be no any tamper of data by the third party. Now I will discuss about the impact of blockchain technology adoption. Blockchain technology in the land registration system is a revolutionary step. It could create changes registry system in the following aspects. Land records updation will be dynamic in nature, and once recorded, data will not be reverted, so must reliable and transparent. Banks or official authorities or governments can easily sanction agricultural, industrial, housing loans using land as a collateral security. After clearing the loan, borrowers will automatically get back purchases land. Government will also easily make distinct agricultural or industrial policy and decisions, help to drastically reduce judicial complications and increase revenue collection of our country. So I can say that, or we can say that blockchain is a very emerging trends in storing the data digitally without tamper without tampering by other third party or any other party. So it will provide the reliability. Means it is a disruption of internet technology. Now we use the internet with reliability with the help of blockchain. So at last I want to conclude my views. In Indian circumstances, blockchain technology has already been introduced in some states as a pilot project, but to reach common mass, it's the high time to explore this new revolutionary system through infrastructural changes and getting awareness of this technology among common people. And finally, these are the references through which I have gone through to make this PPT and discuss my views. Thank you. Thank you a lot for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepti Kumari, for such a nice presentation. And I am pretty sure that the participants will surely be benefited from your presentation on blockchain. And now our next speaker is Mr. Hari Shankar Prasad Tonde. Mr. Tonde is working as an assistant professor at Sant Gahiraguru University, Sarguja, Ambikapur. And the topic of his talk is investigation and comparison of various IoT-based frameworks in India and abroad for smart cities. So, over to you, Mr. Hari Shankar Prasad Tonde.
Hello everybody, myself Harisankar Prasad Tonde. I am a research scholar and I am doing my V.B.S.D under supervision of Dr. Anush Kumar Dwivedi sir. He is assistant professor and head in the Department of Computer Science, Government Vijay Singh Dev Girls PG College, Jashpur. And I am very thankful to Honorable Principal of Vijay Singh Dev Girls College by giving me the opportunity by organizing third international conference on emerging trends in computer science, and I am also thankful to the convener of this particular international conference and co-convener of this particular conference. My title is Investigating and Comparison of Various IoT-based Frameworks in India and Abroad for Smart Cities Review. The abstract of this paper is in the current scenario of India and abroad, latest technologies of IoT systems incorporating machine learning, deep learning, cloud computing, image processing, artificial intelligence, and remote sensing plays an important role to make the city smarter and results and ease in the lifestyle of the people. Technology and services plays an important role in the development of city and creates new opportunities in the service sectors. Technology helps the people directly and indirectly in various ways to make life easier and smarter. Requirements of the people demands new technologies to use. Smart life of the people needs smart gadgets to use in India. Now various frameworks are used to make the city smarter. By the use of technology, efficiency of urban and rural operations were enhanced. People must be familiar with the new practices and services as the lifestyle must be changed by the use of new technologies. My keywords are machine learning, deep learning, sensor components, semantic modeling, economical cost, image processing, service sectors. Introduction. The present scenario, Indian cities are growing day by day as the requirements and qualities of the peoples are raising daily in its aspects of day concerned. Urbanization leads to use new methodologies and technologies to adopt for sustainable growth of life standard of the people. Objective. The main objective is to use latest technologies of IoT systems in India and abroad with the help of some technological growth in India and machine learning, deep learning, cloud computing, image processing, artificial intelligence, remote sensing plays some important role in the development of India. And various states are also playing very well to make the city smarter. Deep learning is a machine learning technique that teaches computers to do what comes naturally by humans. Deep learning is a key technology behind driverless cars, enabling them to recognize a stop sign or to distinguish a pedestrian from a lamppost. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence and computer science which focuses on the use of data and algorithms to imitate the way that humans learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Machine learning is an important component of the growing field of data science. Sensor components. Sensor node is a node in a sensor network that is capable of performing some processes, gathering sensory informations and communicating with other connected nodes in the network. A node is a mode, but a node is not always a mode. A sensor node is mainly having four basic components. That is, first one is the sensing unit, second one is the processing unit, third one is the transceiver, fourth one is the power unit. Sensing unit is nothing but it is usually composed of two subunits, sensors and analog to digital converters. This plays an important role. Analog signals produced by sensors based on observed phenomena are converted to digital signals by ADC and then fed into processing unit. Processing unit, it manages the procedures that makes the sensor node collaborate with other nodes to carry out assigned sensing tasks. Transceivers, it connects the node to the network. Within the network, various components are going to be inter-serviced. Power unit, wireless sensors network focus more than one power conversion that quality. It is one of the most important components of a sensing node. Smart city. What is a smart city? A smart city is a municipality that uses information and communication technologies to increase operational efficiencies, share information with the public, and improve both the quality of government services and citizens. Components of a smart city: smart health, smart home, smart industry, smart agriculture, smart city services, smart energies. All these are directly linked with the help of IoT base so that a city becomes smarter. Smart health refers to the use of ICT to implement healthcare availability and qualities. Smart home, one major component of smart cities in the smart home, since it is the central to the life of the city's inhabitants. Smart homes involve the use of sensing units. Smart industries around the world are very busy in a continuous pursuance, being more efficient and increasing productivity. Smart agriculture is an important thing in the continuation of this particular smart city. Food security is one of the most important parts of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. Smart city services encompasses the activities that sustain a city's population. This involves municipal tasks such as supply of water, waste management, environmental control and monitoring, etc. Smart energy. Typical electrical systems have one-way energy flow from one generator to another, usually a hydroelectric or fossil fuel-based plant. Power generation is controlled via feedback from the sustainable growth. What is the proposed methodology in my research paper is investigating the current existing IoT-based frameworks which are used in smart cities, comparing the services provided to the citizens with all the existing based framework for smart cities. The expected outcome is as the IoT-based framework for smart cities are being explored by efficient specialized groups for the different purposes. Our work proposes to perform an extensive study of various IoT-based frameworks for smart cities which are already existing and implemented in various smart cities of India and abroad. Conclusion. So the main conclusion is that from the above paper, various IoT-based technologies are used like machine learning, deep learning, cloud computing, sensor components, artificial intelligence to develop the lifestyle of the people of India, which leads rural and urban development and leads per capita income of the citizen. So I am very much thankful to my project supervisor, my PhD supervisor, Dr. Anuj Kumar Devedi sir, And I am very thankful to you, sir, by providing me the opportunity to present a paper in the third international conference. Why? Because if a chance is being provided to any research scholar, then definitely it will be helpful in their career. So, in this particular paper, as the conclusion gives that various types of technologies are being imported in the India. In various smart cities are already available in like Indore, Jaipur, Noida, Chennai, Bengaluru, Mumbai. These are various smart cities, and the day-to-day life of the people is being flourished in India, in abroad, America, Dubai, Saudi, Russia, France, China. They are very much smarter, and IoT-based technologies are implemented there, so that their cities are being very smarter, and the day-to-day life will also flourished, and day-to-day life of the people is going to be changed by the use of electronic gadgets in their personal life. So many kinds of technologies are being imparted in the fulfillments. Various services and techniques are being used by the people, so that their personal life becomes very much active. So I am very much thankful, and I am very much glad by presenting a paper in the third international e-conference, which is organized by Dr. Anush Kumar Bedi sir. Sir, very very much thankful to you, sir, and I am very thankful to the principal of this particular college for providing me the opportunity to present a paper in front of you all. Thank you so much.
Sir, presentation is over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tonde, for sharing your knowledge with us. Uh, Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sagar Kavaiya for his talk on the topic 6G enabled IoT communications, challenges and solutions over Industry 4.0. Dr. Kavaiya is currently working as assistant professor in Faculty of Computer Science and Applications, Charotar University of Science and Technology, Gujarat. He has more than 5 years of teaching and research experience. Dr. Kavaiya has published several peer-reviewed papers in the national and international journals of repute, and he is an active researcher. This is a matter of privilege for us that Dr. Kavaiya given his consent for becoming the resource person in this 2 days international e-conference. I would like to invite Dr. Sagar Kavaiya, our guest.
Very good evening. I am here to present a topic on 6G enabled IoT communications. We will discuss certain challenges and solutions over Industry 4.0. So the outline of the presentation is as follows. First of all, we will understand what is the key requirement of the 6G communications. Then we understand that how to model a simple communication problem as far as the signal to noise ratio is concerned for IoT applications. Then we will understand that how to optimize any performance metric with the help of convex optimizations, and we will discuss certain research issues. So let us talk about the background and evaluations and vision of the 6G communications. So 6G is basically dependent on the three main words. The first word is enhanced mobile broadband. Then second word is massive internet of thing, and third one is ultra reliable and low latency. We all know that as far as the number of devices are increasing day by day and the wireless spectrum is remain same. So how we can manage to gather a very high data rate up to Gbps. And as far as the IoT applications are concerned, we require very low latency. So how to do that? So for that, the 6G communications will be benefited. So as far as the 5G communications are concerned, the 6G is basically focused on the big communications, then the UC-DC communication, 3D intercom, and EMBB communications. That is a plus point of 6G communications. And with respect to the 5G communication, it is also affordable in security, secrecy, and privacy. Spectral efficiency is very high. Affordability and customizations is there because 6G is basically deployed on the SDN side, software defined networking side. Its intelligence and the energy efficient devices will be there whenever we are expecting the 6G communications. So basically in 6G communication, more or less of 5 key technologies are there. That is, first of all, mmWave, small cell, massive MIMO, beamforming, and full duplex. And we expect that our base stations will be replaced by the reflecting surfaces, and the beamforming will there to serve the intended user only. So we are here as far as the legacy spectrum is concerned, right? So currently we are lying in this legacy spectrum, that is nothing but the 6 gigahertz spectrum, but it is overly crowded. Why? Because number of devices are increasing day by day and the band remains same, so we cannot expect a very high data rate. So we move towards the millimeter wave, that is nothing but the 30 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz band, in which a 6G communication can take place. So we are moving towards the very high frequency. So the key challenges are there, how to develop the transceivers that work on the millimeter wave frequencies, right? So these are the main research issues for the 6Gs. And the evaluations of the 1G to 6G is nothing but we started from the voice calling, then the text messages, internet services, certain applications like YouTube, Facebook, and WhatsApps are there. Massive broadband and Internet of Things will be there. And we are expecting certain disruptive technologies and exponential technologies that is taking place with respect to the energy efficiency and augmented reality, virtual reality kind of thing. So we are expecting that particular application will be implemented whenever 6G is there. So as far as the key performance metrics are concerned, like network management, latency, reliability, and capacity. So the 6Gs are very high. Why? Because the 5G is having almost greater than 1 millisecond of the latency, while 6G is having around 100 microseconds. So for example, whenever we are having certain applications like advanced driver assistance systems, we cannot expect a certain let's say the latency up to certain level or beyond certain level. Why? Because the actuation systems will be very accurate and they have to work very prompt as far as the command instructions are concerned. So 6G can take place whenever the very low latency applications are there. Here in this particular slide, you will see the comparison of the 1G to 6G as far as the certain technical parameters are concerned, right? So we use almost a core network that is nothing but Internet of Everything, which means that everything is connected, and we highlight a key research issues that is nothing but the secrecy and privacies, right? So we all know that whenever the frequencies communications frequencies is becoming very high, so the certain security and privacy challenges are there, so we need to take note of that. In this slide, you will see the country-wise research initiative to achieve 6G. So Finland has started to take the initiative in 2018, and currently the Japan is almost launching the new 6G technologies, right? So in meanwhile, USA, South Korea, and China has also developed certain test bed. So in India, the 5G spectrum auctions were there a couple of months ago, and we are expecting 6G up to 2030. So the requirement of the society, that is nothing but the society 1.0 to society 5.0. That means from, let's say, information and viability to certain cyber physical systems, right? So the industry 4.1 to 4.0 has been almost revoluted. So we are in the era of AI, AR, VR, and robotic cyber physical systems, where everything is meant to be connected. So the main key challenges for the 6G enabled IoT communications are resource allocation, secrecy and privacy, energy efficiency, optimized performance, and moreover less coverage and channel modeling. So in this presentation, we will follow or we will study that how to tackle off the secrecy and privacy problem as far as the 6G communication is concerned. So the main thing is the wireless channel is broadcast in nature. So in this particular figure, let's say you want to send a message from Alice to Bob, and there has to be certain interception of Eve. So what is the probability that an eavesdropper can observe your transmission happening between Eliza and Bob? Right? So it can be measured to certain performance metric, and it can be manipulated or it can be understood by certain types of security attacks. That is nothing but the passive attacks and active attacks. So in this presentation, we talk about a passive attack, more or less a eavesdropping attack. We'll study the what are the key performance metric that measures the level of eavesdropping and tells us about the possibility of our message to be intruded, right? So there are certain channel models are available of the 6G channel, and one of the good channel model is alpha eta kappa mu fading model, which is nothing but a very dynamic fading model. You can see the various parameters are there in the equation of the probability density functions, and if we try to uh, manipulate, if we try to, let's say, tune certain parameters, let's say alpha equal to 2, mu equal to m, eta equal to 1, and k equal to 0, it will result into Nakagami M, which is also a good dynamic feeding model suitable for the all kind of vehicular to vehicular and IoT applications. So alpha is basically a non-linearity medium parameter. M is nothing but the fading parameter. Eta and K's are the balancing parameter of the particular distributions. And by tuning all of them, we can have a very good understanding of the wireless channel, and we can almost tune up to the 6G channel. So why the alpha eta kappa mu channel is suitable? Because it is most general and comprehensive. Why? Because by tuning all the parameters, we can actually lie into any of the probability, any other of the probability distributions, right? So it compromises all of the known fading models, and it is actually uh, suitable for device to device communications, mobile to mobile communication, vehicle to vehicle, IoT, indoor, outdoor, and military communications. So these are the nothing but certain parameters, undertaking parameters of the alpha eta kappa mu. Then if we take alpha equal to 0 here, so it will light into the eta kappa mu channel. If you take eta equal to 1, then it will lie up to the kappa mu channel. If you lie into the k equal to 0, then it is nothing but the Nakagami M channel. So all the particular distributions are consist of, let's say, the alpha eta kappa mu. So it is nothing but the more complex and generic fading model. So to understand the secrecy problem, we have a two performance metric, that is nothing but a secrecy capacity. So it is nothing but a difference between capacities of main and eavesdropping channel. So in this figure, you can see that Alice and Bob is nothing but the main channel, and Alice and Eve is nothing but the eavesdropping channel. So the capacities of the particular respective channels are considered of the CM for the main channel and CW is for the eavesdropper channel. So whenever we take the difference between capacities of the two channel, then we can say that if the capacity of the eavesdropping channel is high, then the main channel and eavesdropper can contain or can possess an ability to intrude your message, right? So interpretation of this particular expression is nothing but possible to be eavesdrop when SNR, that means signal to noise ratio at Bob, is lower than eavesdropper, which means that a transmitted power of a legitimate link will be should be very high, or at least up to the level in order to restrict an eavesdropper to intrude our messages, right? And the second one is probability of non-zero secrecy capacity or secrecy outlet probability. So it is nothing but it can be observed by solving these two integral. This particular P of gamma m is nothing but the expression that we have seen into the previous slide of alpha eta kappa mu. Here I have solved that particular expression by taking a relay fading channel. So it tells that that if the fading or eavesdropping is possible when the fading condition at Bob is poorer than the eavesdropping channel, right? So the first performance metric was telling about the requirement of the signal to noise ratio, and the second performance is telling about the condition of the fading, right? So to tackle the secrecy problem in the 6G communication, we have to actually consider the two problems, that is nothing but how to maintain the transmission power and how to maintain a good let's say fading conditions, so we can have a very good control on a secrecy problem. So let us try to understand the modeling of that particular problem, right? So the use cases is nothing but the 6G vehicular communications, this jamming channels. So in the 6G applications, right, the unmanned aerial vehicle UAV, which is nothing but it can be considered as a transmission node, right, where the highway surveillance systems, then monitoring systems, security systems, we all use the UAV as a transmission node. So how to model, let's say the point P where UAV is there and the car R is moving from point A to point B. So how much probability is there that eavesdropper, that is nothing but the E car, is having a capacity to intrude the transmission happening between P and R, right? So if the particular drone or particular UAV is sending a safety messages to the particular car R, so the what is the probability that E can actually intrude that message, right, and compromise the privacy? So we model that particular problem, that is a signal received at the passive eavesdropper, in our case car E, it is nothing but y equal to h x plus n, where h is nothing but the x is nothing but the transmitted signal, h is nothing but the channel envelope, and n is nothing but the noise. We further expand hk is nothing but hk is nothing but under root of psi h of t plus under root of 1 minus psi nk. Nk is nothing but our estimation error, and under root of psi is nothing but our controlling parameter. Here we can say that UAV is not a steady, right? Our transmitter is not steady, it is moving, right? So the link between transmitter and car is also time varying channel. That's why we have to model this ht as a function of velocity or distance. So this function is ht is nothing but of f of x divided by 1 plus f of y. So this becomes a ratio of two distributions, where the numerator becomes your fading model and the denominator becomes your distance PDF, right? So by taking ratio of that two PDF, we can actually model a 6G fading, and after achieving the 6G fading model, we can have the estimation of the received signal at a receiver. So how to let's say after achieving that particular, let's say, received signal, how to optimize a performance metric. So for the optimization, we have a very good methods, that linear and non-linear. And non-linear, we have a convex optimizations and non-convex optimization. So but non-convex optimization consider the quadratic, fractional, bounds, and other methods. But convex optimization tells about the local or global minima of any performance metric, which means that what is the highest probability of having a message to be intruded. So highest matlab, it is nothing but a maximum probability, right? So how we can achieve a mathematical optimization for that, right? So this is the thing, but the traditional comparison of the nonlinear optimization and convex optimization. If we can achieve a exact or approximate solution by means of analytical way, it is nothing but a least square problem. If we can not achieve an analytical expression of any performance metric, it is a least programming LP problem, least programmable problem. Here we can say that we have achieved a certain expressions of the secrecy capacity and secrecy update probability. So we can say that a least square problem. So let us understand this figure, how to, let's say, model the least square problem. Here our job is that we have to minimize the performance metric called SOP. That means we need to have a very less chances of a message to be intruded. So if we can increase an SNR here from a left side, right? So SOP is decreasing at certain point here where SNR is maximum and SOP is minimum. And the other way, whenever we are decreasing a certain SNR, the SOP is tends to up to 1. So this problem becomes, or this particular let's say the phenomena becomes a convex function, where we can understand a good condition and bad conditions, right? So we need to maintain an SOP at certain level, let's say the secrecy rate line, and we don't want that SOP is, and let's say SOP can be high on a certain beyond level, right? So how to model that? So we can apply certain nonlinear optimization method to check whether the problem is convex or not. So we apply the, let's say, the Newton's method of mathematical numerical analysis to derive a minima of a two interval. So this is nothing but a minimum of two intervals of a secrecy update probability, and if it is not equal to 0, or by finding a minimum of a good SOP, if we are like that, there is no root exist, we can say that the problem is a convex problem, right? And it can be solved by a convex methodology only. So the restricting criteria becomes, let's say, we can divide this problem into three classes. That first class is the outage probability, or the secrecy outage probability tending or tends to maximum, or it is tends to minimum, or it is already reached up to the maximum, right? And by finding this, we can achieve a certain falsification factor. So let us understand these expressions. Here P out RS D, that means our desired value of having SOP. Let's say our desired value is 0.6, and P out RS raised to 8 is nothing but actual value. That means, let's say actual is 0.8, which means that 80% of chances that we are having an intruder in the messages, right? But we want that there should be only 60% in chances. So this becomes 0.6 minus 0.8, that means minus 0.2. Now the role of the direction factors are there. If the first term is in a minus, then directional factor D dash it is automatically add +1 into the numerical, let's say, value. So f dash becomes a positive. Our trend is f dash should be a domain of h, that means a positive value, right? So such why that minus 0.2 plus 1, it becomes a 0.8. That means your numerical optimization methodology will restrict a probability of outage to go beyond 0.8, and you have to actually take a lesser value than that, right? And such why and such that the particular matrix or particular phenomena cannot go beyond. Here we can discuss certain research issues. Let's say the security, the physical layer security in massive MIMO systems. So we need to understand the fundamental limitation of secure communication in massive MIMO. And one of the attack is pilot contamination attack. Then second one is the jamming attack for millimeter wave communications. Then we have a artificial intelligence in a physical layer security, and then we have a relaying networks as far as the long distance communications are there. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Presentation is over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kavya, for such a nice, lucid presentation. And I am pretty sure that uh, participants will surely be benefited from your talk. And now I would like to invite Dr. Kanujia Sindhu Ben Babulal, who is our next resource person. And Dr. Kanujia is working as an assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Central University of Jharkhand. Her area of interest includes cross-layer designs, wireless communication sensor and mobile, ad hoc networks, energy efficient wireless sensor networks, and cooperative communication. She has published more than 35 research papers to her credit into journals of national and international, uh, and she has also published book chapters in several edited books as well as in conference proceedings. And the topic of her talk is recent trends in 6G. So I would like to invite Dr. Kanojia Sindhuben Babulal for her talk. Over to you, Dr. Kanojia.
Is Amir Hassan. I am research scholar from School of Studies in Computer Science and IT, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur. Today, I am going to give
Very good evening. I am here to present a topic on 6G enabled IoT communications. We will discuss certain challenges and solutions over Industry 4.0. So the outline of the presentation is as follows. First of all, we will understand what is the key requirement of the 6G communications. Then we understand that how to model a simple communication problem as far as the signal to noise ratio is concerned for IoT applications. Then we will understand that how to optimize any performance
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, I have joined just now. No, my name is Pooja Kumari Jain. My presentation is not today, it is tomorrow.
Sir, he will join soon. It's okay, ma'am. It's okay, ma'am.
Sanjeev sir, ma'am is trying to join, sir. Kindly join her.
Good, sir. Sure, sure.
Our next resource person, Dr. Kanojia Sindhu Ben Babulal, has joined us. A very warm welcome to you, madam.
Namaste, sir.
And we are really feeling proud and privileged that you have given your consent for this third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. And before your lecture, I would just like give a brief introduction of Dr. Kanojia Sindhuben. Dr. Kanojia is associated as an assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Central University of Jharkhand, and the area of her research interests are cross-layer designs, wireless communication, sensor and mobile ad hoc networks, energy-efficient wireless sensor networks, and cooperative communication. She has published more than 35 papers to her credit in different national and international journals of repute. And the topic of her talk is recent trends in 6G. And now I would like to invite Dr. Kanojia, our guest of honor, to give an insight on recent trends in 6G. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a nice introduction. I hope the screen is visible, the PPT.
Yes, madam.
Is it visible in full screen now?
It is beside your image.
Okay. So is it fine at your side?
Yes, it is okay, madam.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. As sir has already said, I am assistant professor at Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Central University of Jharkhand. And let us start the discussion on the topic, as you can see, that is recent trends in 6G. So before we start discussing in detail about 6G, uh, the discussion or the research area in 6G, the what we can say, the amount of research papers or the research going behind in 6G are so much, but still there are so many things to work on. And before discussing about 6G, we in India, yet we are having 4G communication, only 4G services available in India. But why are we discussing about 6G now? Because we haven't yet got that 5G. In some of the metropolitan cities, 5G services are being tested. But to talk and discuss about 6G is because many of the countries are having 5G and they have already started working in 6G. The outline that we'll discuss is the introduction part, what is 6G and other things, the applications and features of 6G, the trends that is in 6G, role of machine learning, because everybody is talking now about machine learning, deep learning techniques. So we also learn about what are the opportunities we can have while using machine learning in 6G also, the research opportunities that are available in 6G to work on, and the conclusion part. So you can see the diagram over here. And in this diagram, you are able to see an arrow which is growing from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and 6G. Okay. And the near about time when this generation came, 1G started from 1980s, somewhere between 1980s, and 4G was like launched near about in 2010. 5G is also launched in 2022, and we can expect the launch of 6G near about 2028 or maybe 2027 up till 2030. So 2030 till 2030, much we can say in many of the countries this technology would be launched in a proper way. So right now at sitting in 2022, we can say that it is anticipated that the 6 first between 2028 to 2030. And what we can say is or say is that the speed that we will be achieving in 6G will be comparatively more than 50 times if we compare it to 5G. But because we haven't used that 5G technology yet, it is it would be difficult for me to say you that how the speed would be varying. But as the literature states, as the news and other things are stating, the people using 5G have a speed of more than 50 times more. But at the same time, you can also see in this diagram, the upper part over here, there are various issues that has to be tackled when talking about these generations, talking about 4G, talking about 5G, and talking about 6G also. Let us only talk about 4G, 5G, and 6G, and not discuss more thing about 1G, 2G, and 3G. Almost all of us are using this 4G technology, and you are able to, and the problems that is in 4G is there are various MAC layer problems, threats involved in this 4G generation also. If we talk about 5G generation, the problem that can come, that may be faced by all of us is the cloud techniques, the SDN, right? And in the same way, when we talk about 6G, the security issues would be a primary thing to tackle. The threats that are involved at the physical layers may increase because because in 6G we'll be using that terahertz frequency, so the threats at the physical layer may increase more at same time. So technology is good, but at the same time it brings challenges, opportunities with itself, right? And in 5G technology also we are expecting like IoT, a better smart city concept, VR, AR concept, virtual reality, augmented reality concept is being introduced in 5G. At the same time, these same technologies, like you can see autonomous system, multisensory X-ray, what is XR? And sometimes instead of writing VR and AR, people are writing it as XR. Blockchain technology, wireless brain-computer interaction, and many more things would come as a plus point in this 6G technology. This is a diagram just showing you the comparison between 6G, 4G, and 5G. The speed you can see, the peak data rate that is given or that is being quoted by the companies is that 4G is going to give you a speed of 1 Gbps. 5G would be giving you the speed 10 times more, that is 10 Gbps. 6G is stating that it would give a speed of 1 Tbps, and other factors also you are able to see, the speed, the latency. One more point is over here, the latency that is reduced. See, the latency in 4G is 100 ms, latency in 5G is near about 10 ms, and this latency is like stated that it will be achieving a latency of less than 1 ms, which is very less latency. And satellite integration, see,
Yes, sir. So we are we should have to wait for her to join. चंद्रा जी द्विवेदी सर को बोले हैं फोन करने के लिए, वो संभव होंगे जी।
सर मैम रीज्वाइन कर रही हैं।
ठीक है, ठीक सर।
I'm sharing the screen again. Am I audible now, sir? Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just let me know where was I when I left the connection. Was it this slide or this slide?
This slide, ma'am.
6G versus 4G versus 5G.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can start from here. Ram, are you able to get it? Are you able to see the screen? Okay, okay. So I'm just sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. So we were talking about this diagram where we can see how from first generation to sixth generation we are talking the features or the things that that are supported in this diagram. This is a diagram showing the comparison between the 4G that we are using, 5G that is expected to come very soon, 6G that is expected to come within 5 to 6 years. And we are able to see, we can say that the observable point that we should see over here is the speed that these companies or these technologies are promising. In the fourth generation, we are able to achieve a speed of 1 Gbps. In 5G, that is 10 Gbps, near about 10 times more. And in 6G, it is promising, it is said that the 1 Tbps speed would be achieved. If we talk about the latency, in latency also we can see that the latency in fourth generation is approximately 100 ms. In 5G, it is promised that this latency is the delay actually, it would be reduced to 10 ms. In 6G, this would be reduced to 1 ms. 1 ms is a latency which will not be noticed by any one of us. Now there are 2 points that are hyperlinked, that are lined in red circle, red block. Satellite integration. Satellite integration is not included in 4G, neither it would be included in 5G, but in 6th generation or the 6G, this satellite integration would be done fully. Also, the concept of AI, inclusion of concept of AI is not done in 4G. It would be started in 5G, the concept of AI would be started to use partially, and it is in 6G, it is expected that AI concept would be fully included to drive or take decisions or to do any kind of things in 6th generation. So as stated in previous slide also, that as compared to 5G, the 6th generation network would be using a higher frequency, and because it will be using a higher frequency that is in terahertz, it is promising, or it is uh, correct enough to say that a larger capacity would be achieved, and a very low latency, which is near about 1 ms, would be achieved in 6th generation. And also in the currently the terahertz frequency is not used. The terahertz frequency would be used in the 6th generation. And as we all know, that the terahertz frequency waves falls between the infrared and microwave waves. Let us see in that diagram. This is a diagram. This is a diagram taken from the Rappaport wireless communication book. And you are able to see the terahertz somewhere over here. Let us just see. So this is the terahertz frequency, and this terahertz frequency would be utilized in 6th generation. And the waves, the terahertz in this frequency, the waves are very small frequency, and these frequency are very fragile in nature. And because they are very small and fragile in nature, they are giving some opportunities also, and they are giving some challenges also. The opportunities that would be giving, that would be provided, is that a larger number of devices would be easily handled. The number of devices handled by the access point or the base point would increase in the 6th generation. And the challenges that would come is because these frequencies are very small in nature, the handling of this frequency should be done very efficiently. Let us talk about the applications and features of 6th generation. There are various applications, as you can see in this slide. The very first application, that is AR and VR application, that is very common nowadays.
हाँ चंद्रा जी। मैडम फिर से डिस्कनेक्ट हो गई।
हाँ सर, मैं इन्फॉर्म किया हूँ फिर से उन्हें। सर उनका फोन नहीं लग रहा है, तो शुड आई स्टार्ट विथ अदर्स?
हाँ श्योर संजीव, हमको भी यही लग रहा है, क्योंकि हमको लगता है कि उनके यहाँ प्रॉपर कनेक्शन नहीं है ना।
हाँ सर, मैं 2-3 बार ट्राई किया, पहले रिंग हुआ, अब रिंग भी नहीं हो रहा है, तो आई थिंक वो कोशिश कर रही होंगे। अगर ज्वाइन कर जाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट टाइम उनको नेक्स्ट स्लॉट में कर लेंगे।
हाँ ऐसा कर सकते हैं, तो फिर अगला आमिर हसन इन जी को शुरू करते हैं। हाँ
हाँ श्योर सर।
अभी राम महतो जी ज्वाइन किए।
हाँ सर, उन्हीं के स्कॉलर हैं, तो इनसे ही
अच्छा,
बात, फोन नहीं उठा रहे।
अभी जस्ट ज्वाइन किए हैं राम
हाँ,
सर।
Sir, she will join later, sir. Actually, some internet issue are there, so she will take some time.
Okay, then let us know before, I think
Yes, sir.
20 minutes before, so that we will be able to
Okay,
make
sir.
that.
Okay.
Okay. So now there are some internet connectivity problem with Dr. Kanujia Sindhu Ben Babulal madam, and that's why we are going to invite our next presenter, Mr. Amir Hassan. Mr. Amir Hassan is a PhD research scholar in the School of studies in computer sciences and information technology, Pandit Ravisankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. And topic of his talk is energy efficient RPL protocol for IoT network layer. So I would like to invite Mr. Amir Hassan. Over to you, Amir Hassan.
Energy efficient RPL protocol for IoT network layer. So basically my domain is IoT, and for the IoT network layer I will try to discuss the RPL protocol, further the enhanced version of RPL protocol based on the energy optimization. These are some outline in which I will try to discuss. First of all, I would like to give an overview of IoT. In the process of searching the definition of IoT, we have came across 12 to 15 different definitions throughout the literature, but the most appropriate, unbiased and very clear definition I have taken here is from the IEEE. It stated that it is a self-configuring and adaptive system consisting of networks of sensors and smart objects, whose purpose is to interconnect all things, including everyday and industrial objects, in such a way as to make them intelligent, programmable, and more capable of interacting with humans. Now, to better understand the working of IoT, here I have taken IoT schematic diagram. So in IoT, we have collection of sensors, controllers, web interfacing software, cloud, and application integration with our mobile devices. So first of all, we have the collection of sensors implemented in some kind of devices. For example, in our daily life, we have washing machine that have sensors and also have some kind of programming. So based on the sensing of cloth, it performs the operation. For example, it pour some kind of water, which could be a hot water, normal water, or the cool water. So now we are saying that our washing machine is going to be smart washing machine. So the devices having some kind of sensors with any kind of programming is known as the smart object. So now the question is that IoT? The answer is no. Why? Because this is just the embedded technology. These are the things in the IoT. So the term connectivity with these smart objects is known as the Internet of Things. We can also control these devices through the controllers and then providing the connectivity via web interfacing software. It could be any software like Wi-Fi or GPRS or the GSM, and then put the data to the cloud, and the, from the cloud we can perform any kind of decision making statement via our mobile phones. This complete architecture and this complete mechanism is known as the Internet of Things. There are lots of layered architecture also proposed in various kinds of literatures, but for our study, we have taken the basic three-layer architecture of IoT. The basic three-layer architecture has the perception layer, network layer, and application layer. For our study, we have further subclassified all these layers into two sublayers. Uh, the perception layer we have subdivided into perception network layer and perception node. Network layer we subdivided into core network and network adoption layer, and application layer is subdivided into application and application support layer. Now, to better understand the layered architecture of IoT, here we have taken the protocol architecture. At first we have the perception layer, which is subdivided into two sublayers known as the perception node and the perception network. At perception node, we have sensors or the sensor gateway. Here, the sensors could be any type of humidity sensor or the temperature sensors or other any kind of sensors. Now, at perception network layer, we have the protocols. Any kind of protocols known as the spin protocol. It could be a span, it could be a leech or the Pegasus. Now, the working of these protocol is to collect the data from the sensors via the controller and forward it to the network layer. At the network layer, we have two sub layers known as the core network and the network adoption layer. At the network core layer, we have the routing protocol for the IoT, which is known as the IPv6 routing protocol for the low power and lossy networks, known as the RPL. This RPL serves as the default routing protocol in IoT. Further, we have application layer, and this application layer also subdivided into two sublayers known as the IoT application and application support layer. So where we are in this study, here we are trying to discuss this RPL for the IoT network layer. Now RPL stands for the IPv6 routing protocol for low power and lossy network. It is a distance vector routing protocol. RPL mainly targets collection based network, that is, not periodically sends measurements to collection point. This protocol was designed to be very highly adaptive to the network condition. It provides mechanism to disseminate information over the dynamically formed network topology. The RPL topology contains the DODAG, the rank, and the DODAG route. What is the DODAG? DODAG stands for the destination oriented directed acyclic graph. It is a DAG rooted at the single destination. Route has no outgoing edges. A DODAG is uniquely identified by the combination of DODAG ID and the RPL instance ID. In RPL topology, a rank of a node is defined the individual position relative to the other node with respect to the DODAG route. And what is the DODAG route? It is in RPL DODAG route may act as a border router for the DODAG. So now here we have an example of RPL topology. We have various kinds of node including S, A, B, C or further. So here the S act as a route for the all other nodes, then the rank of the S should be 0. Now here we have the node A, which is 1 unit distance from the root node, hence the rank of the A should be 1. Similarly, the B has the 1 unit distance from the root node S, then we have the rank of B should be 1, and further all the nodes are classified with the rank, and DODAG should be made for the RPL. Now this type of topology has a kind of known as the kind of instance of the RPL, and hence it has the instance ID also. To perform the data transmission operation between the nodes, RPL control messages are used. These control message includes DODAG information solicitation, DODAG information object, destination advertisement object, and destination advertisement object acknowledgement. Now, to enhance the performance of traditional RPL protocol, in this paper, we have lots of number of IoT nodes known as the N1, N2, N3, and so on. The proposed environment follows DODAG topology. DODAG construction follows same procedure with the lower control packet overhead. Initially, the proposed RPL protocol constructs DODAG with the restricted control packets. We do not modify or update the working of the RPL, but for the optimal parent selection, we have performed the jellyfish optimization algorithm to enhance the performance of the RPL. We have the traditional RPL plus the optimal parent selection by the jellyfish optimization algorithm. Here is our proposed algorithm to enhance the performance of RPL. Here, from point 1 and 2, we have the traditional RPL, the process of construction of doodac based on the rank, and then we have performed the jellyfish optimization to find out the optimal parent of a particular node, and then to the optimal parent the data transmission should be performed. Now, to compare the performance of traditional RPL with jellyfish optimization based RPL, we have performed a simulation. For that, we have taken this kind of simulation parameters. We have taken 100 cross 100 meters simulation area, and the topology is Dudek topology, and we have taken 100 number of nodes, and for all the nodes we have taken 100 joule initial energy. The packet size for that simulation is 32 kilobyte and population size should be 100. Number of iteration we have taken here is 100. Packet interval we have taken 1 ms, and number of packets we have transferred is 400, and we have performed 100-second time of simulation. Now here I have shown the results which we have get after the simulation work. The PDR or packet delivery ratio is calculated by comparing the total number of packet produced by the network to the total number of packets that are successfully delivered to the destination. Here PDR is analyzed in terms of number of nodes. With increase in number of nodes, PDR is approximately static, and proposed RPL achieves more than 51 to 55 successfully delivery, up to 70% also. But RPL transmits only 50% of packet successfully. Nearly 50% of packet lost during data transmission. This much of packet loss happens due to node death, overhead, and non-optimal parent selection. For this analysis, it is clear that our proposed RPL performs optimal parent, which improves the overall performance of the IoT network. Now further, energy consumption is defined as the ratio between initial energy level and the final energy level of node in network. Here, energy consumption is analyzed for 7 nodes only. For node 1, RPL protocol consumes approx 70 joule, and our proposed RPL consumes only 68 joule. Further, node is spent more time to execute the algorithm. However, the proposed RPL protocol performs the jellyfish using the jellyfish optimization algorithm for optimal parent selection that use the lesser energy for the data transmission. For every scenario of node, we have the better results as compared to the traditional RPL. Now I am coming to the conclusion part of our presentation. In this presentation, a new approach that formulates RPL is presented with objective function called jellyfish optimization. This paper minimizes control packet overhead by restricting DIO message broadcasting with the jellyfish optimization algorithm by selecting optimal parents node for the data transmission. The extensive simulation shows better performance in terms of energy consumption and packet delivery ratio. Further, as a future work, this research work can be extended with novel cluster formation for the mobile IoT applications. For this study, we have used some kind of references. These are the references which I have used in our paper. Thank you.
So there was some technological issue, and Dr. Kanojia Sindhu Ven Babulal has already joined us. So again, welcome to you, madam, and kindly start your presentation from the slide where we earlier left. Over to you, madam. Dr. Kanojia Sindhu Ben, are you able to hear me? Madam, now you may share your PPT.
So, from where am I supposed to like start? So, from which slide I am? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. It was comparison of 4G, 5G, and 6G. It was that slide.
Okay, so that was from very beginning. Is the slide visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So you can see this is a slide showing the 6G comparison with 4G and then 5G. So there are few points that can be seen. That is, in 6th generation, it is expected to have a speed of 1 Tbps. The latency, which would be reduced to 1 ms, which is very less, very, very less. The satellite integration would be done fully in the 6th generation. The AI concept inclusion would be done fully in this systems, in the system supported by 6G. So there are various other things also, but these are the 4 main features which are emphasized or which should be emphasized: the speed one, the delay, the satellite integration part, and the inclusion of AI. The inclusion of AI is partially done in 5G. It is not done in 4G. The satellite integration is not done in 4G, neither in 5G. So we can say that in 6G, it is promised to have a higher frequency of 1 Tbps, which will help us to gain a larger capacity, and then the lower latency, which is near about very less than 1 ms. 1 ms is so small that it is not even observable by the people. And in 6th generation, the underutilized terahertz frequency spectrum is going to be utilized. And because of this, the speed or the capacity that is promised will be gained. And the terahertz frequency lies between infrared waves and the microwaves. We can see in the diagram over here. See, this is a diagram, and this is the terahertz frequency in this whole spectrum band. There are various other frequency also, but the terahertz frequency lies between the microwave and the infrared waves. If we talk about the applications and the features of 6G, there are various applications of and features of 6G. When we say application, that are also the areas where an individual can work on. So the first application that should come in a better way with 6G is AR and VR. AR is virtual and augmented reality. Then we are talking about IoT, the Internet of Nano Things, that is IoNT, would be again application of 6G. Tactile internet and haptic communication is also application of 6th generation. Tactile internet is an internet which do not depends on any kind of location. Haptic communication is a communication which is not having any kind of verbal communication. Instead, the communication happens with only the sense of touch. Deep connectivity, holographic connectivity, if you have seen any of the Hollywood movies, there you are able to see if a person is using some kind of technique, the person is communicating with any other person, and it seems that the person is in 3D available in front of that particular person. So holographic connectivity is also an application of 6G. Ubiquitous connectivity is a connectivity which can happen at anywhere, any place, that is ubiquitous. Smart healthcare is a promising area which will flourish with 6G. The doctor or the patient need not have to be at the same place. It might be possible that the person or the doctor sitting at some other place is operating a person at some other place. Then Internet of Everything is also an application area. Automation and manufacturing area is also a promising area, application with 6G. Super smart societies, the places that we are living right now, maybe as we are having smartphones, same way we can have also a smart societies. We can have robots which are connected. We will have robots which are intelligent enough to do various tasks. Wireless brain computer interaction. Then 5-sense information transfer. Unmanned aerial vehicles. Unmanned aerial vehicles are, one of the example is drone, and we can see that drone do not requires any person to sit in it. In the same way, we expect vehicles also that do not have any person sitting in it and doing all the tasks which a vehicle is expected to do. So these were the application areas. There are various other application areas also if you search. These are some of the important application areas. Now let us talk about the features of 6G. So if we talk about the features of 6G, there are four main features we can divide the 6G. And the first feature would be the multi-band ultra-fast speed transmission. The second would be energy efficient communication. Third would be artificial intelligence. Fourth feature is high security, secrecy, and privacy. When we say speed, when we say that we are going to utilize the terahertz frequency, then the terahertz frequency has to be handled in such way. Terahertz frequency is very small. The range of the frequency is very small, and that frequency is also very fragile in nature. So if a frequency is very fragile in nature, in that, how are we going to utilize that frequency to achieve that speed? So this is one of the feature. The second feature is energy efficient communication. Am I audible yet? Am I audible yet? Because many a times I have lost the connection. Am I audible yet also? Anyone? Okay. So energy efficient communication. Energy efficiency is one of the important area of wireless communication. Ever since we start talking about the communication, ever since we started talking about networks, the energy efficient term is always there, and it will always be there. So how can we have an energy efficient communication? People are promising, or the researcher are promising that we can have any technique. Maybe we can have technique which will harvest some kind of energy from sunlight also. We can have devices which are not having any kind of battery in it, but yet it is working. We can have various other techniques by which we can have a communication which is utilizing lesser energy efficiency may be increased. And also, when one more thing we can quote over here is when we are talking about terahertz frequency. uh, you might be observing when using your 4G communication that in case of rain, in case of clouds, you are not able to have signal in the proper way. I hope everybody would have experienced such kind of thing. When there is so much of rain, when there is so much of air or wind going on, so you're able to have a very lesser network. But people are promising that in 6G, because of the usage of this terahertz, the such kind of problems would not make any difference in the communication process. The third is the inclusion of AI, which is the when we say AI, because AI is not a new term to any one of us if we are in computer science. So artificial intelligence, the importance of artificial intelligence, we all know. So if we include AI concept in the network part, if we use the concept of AI in the support system or the networking part, for example, if we are using AI concept for resource allocation, if we are using AI concept for handling the number of devices, so that could increase the performance of this 6G. So there are various things like operational intelligence, environmental intelligence, service intelligence. These are few of them quoted over here in this diagram. So these could be included, or these are the features. Fourth feature or for 6G is a high secure private privacy. When we say talk about privacy security, blockchain is a term I was seeing in the list of events happening today. There was a talk on blockchain technology also, where everybody would learn. Everybody would have known about how this blockchain is going to have a very secure communication, how quantum computing is going to enhance the performance. So quantum computing, blockchain technology, these would be the areas which would be included in 6G in such a way such that we will have a secure network communication in total. There are various trends in 6G. See, this is a diagram where you are able to see this 6 different blocks, 3 on the left side of this diagram, 6G, and 3 on the right side of this diagram. So 6G promises to have, or we can say the challenges that would come with 6G is that how is this 6G going to have a good coverage? How the capacity of the system would be increased so that it is able to handle more number of devices? How uh, the data rate would be increased? How the speed, if these devices are mobile in nature, they would be moving fastly here and there. So how that should be handled? How the spectrum could be utilized in a better way? How can we have a network which is energy efficient in a way? So in order to achieve all these challenges, or in order to have all these things, if we say uh, if we talk about spectrum very first, as this particular block is saying, so if we talk about spectrum, we can utilize, or we should have some kind of new resource and utilization method to use that spectrum. Instead of having the traditional traditional process of utilization. For terahertz, some new methods are introduced. People are working on some new methods, new intelligent methods, so that the sharing of spectrum could be done in a better way. The modulation technique would also change in 6G, that the modulation technique would be used, that is OAM. OAM is your orbital angular modulation. So this technique would be used in 6G. Then the whole architecture in 6G, there would be a 3D architecture which would be able to handle the mobility in an intelligent way. Next, how the coverage would be increased. 6G is claiming to have a good coverage, a very good coverage. So by the integration of terrestrial, by the integration of satellite communication, by the inclusion of underwater network, the coverage would be increased. So this is how it justifies itself. Then how the system capacity would be increased. System capacity would be increased by using the decellular and user-centric UDM. Decellular is what? Decellular is, we have studied about the cellular networks, right? The network which is based on cells, small cells, hexagonal in size, and in that particular cell there are base stations which are helping the wireless devices to communicate to one another. And when a device shifts from one network to another network, the process of handover happens, right? So when we say decellular, that means that wouldn't be any kind of cell, there wouldn't be any kind of cell concept, right? Then adding capabilities. How the capabilities would be increased? By inclusion of AI, the concept of inclusion of AI. So this is how it claims to achieve all the system coverage, capacity, data rate, movement, spectrum, and energy efficiency. So these are the slides, same slides which we had in that diagram. We can skip and go on the next slide. One point we can quote over here is, because when we talk about 6G, we will have devices which are very easy to wear, which are very lightweighted, which are easy to carry, and they will have a very large number of digital capabilities. In the smartphones that we are using now, these smartphones are having calendars, FMs, right? Various other applications are installed on it. In device which will come like after 6 to 7 years, will have other digital capabilities also included in themselves. So digital capabilities would increase. See, let us focus on the research opportunities in specific areas. One of the specific area in 6G is how the spectrum would be utilized, because spectrum is the most costliest resource in any of one. Even if we talk about 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, any of the generation, if we talk about, spectrum is the most costliest resource. So if this is the most costliest resource, how the spectrum should be utilized so that it can justify, or it can provide the services as it is expected to do. So research opportunities and challenges that comes in this particular area, if a person wants to work in utilization method of spectrum, these are some of the points where he or she can work. One is, because when we talk about the spectrum, definitely we are talking about that terahertz frequency. So the devices, the hardware component that would be working with that terahertz frequency would be different. So high frequency hardware component, how to use them, how to work with them, or how to design these components. Then second is terahertz communication channel modeling and estimation. Second thing is to channel modeling of the channel and the estimation. Third is your directional network. Fourth is your bandwidth enhancement, how this bandwidth could be enhanced. Then next is your MIMO techniques. We are using MIMO techniques in 4th generation. So it should be seen that whether the existing MIMO techniques would be good enough to work on, or some other technique should be introduced in 6th generation. Then intelligent dynamic spectrum access, then CR cognitive radio, and intelligent spectrum sharing. So these are the areas, if a person want to specifically work in spectrum part, these are the areas or opportunities to work on. Then the second aspect is how to increase the system capacity. If a person wants to work specifically in this point to increase the system capacity. So to increase the system capacity, as I said, decellular concept would be used. Then the UUDN concept. UUDN concept is your user-centric ultra-dense network. So UUDN is what? Or let us first say decellular. Decellular is a concept where there would be no cells. As we have studied in cellular networks, there wouldn't be any kind of cells concept here. Okay. There would be base station, there would be techniques how to place a base station or an access point, but that would be different, totally different concept. Then UUDN is what? UUDN is to give a better network or to provide a better network signals to a person who wants to use any of the services in 6G. That is UUDN. So these are also two key features when we discuss about increasing the system capacity in 6th generation. But at the same time, when we say we want to have a decellular network, we want to have a UUDN concept, the challenges that comes across with them is the network architecture would be a challenge, right? The mobility management would be a challenge, interference management, resource management, security management. Because if you're not having cells, if you're not having cellular concept, right, then if there is no cell, what would be the architecture? How would be the management and how would be the mobility handled? Whether there would be a concept of handover or handoff. So these all are the challenges when working in system capacity. Third, as we stated that the third concept is energy efficiency. And when we say energy efficiency, there is a concept that is WIET. WIET is wireless information and energy transfer. Researchers are working with WIT, that is, how can two devices communicate with each other and transfer the wireless power between them. See, smartphones will be charged by using wireless power transfer during communication. Today we are not having any such kind of concept. When two smartphones are communicating, are they charging themselves or charging the other device? No. So WIET is a concept where the smartphones would be charged by using wireless power transfer during a communication. In 6G also, people are claiming, the companies are claiming that we will have device which will not require any kind of battery in itself, battery in that particular device. Okay. And WIET is a concept where people are also thinking, or the researchers are also talking about how to increase the lifetime of battery, how to have techniques, what techniques to include in 6G, so that the amount of battery or amount of strength required would decrease. So that is the concept of WIET, in which the researchers are claiming or researchers are working to have an energy efficient communication. This is one of the important concept, that is LIS, large intelligent surface. Large intelligent surface is what? You can think of it as a hardware which is having the capability of what it is having. This LIS is having some kind of properties or material included in this, which are able to change the property of EM waves, electromagnetic waves. The property of electromagnetic waves could be changed by using this LIS surface, large intelligent surface. And because of the usage of LIS, because of the support of LIS also, the energy efficiency would be impacted. This is optical wireless communication, when, as in previous one of the slide, we have said that 6th generation communication will integrate space, air, underwater, and terrestrial network. I have already said that 6G communication is going to include four different networks. One is your space network, space is your satellite network, space network, then air network, underwater network, and terrestrial network. By inclusion of all these four, it is claiming to have a better coverage. And this the EM waves, the electromagnetic waves, would not be able to do such thing, and we have to switch to the optical wireless communication to have this better coverage. Role of machine learning in 6th generation, we can see, or we can have machine learning also included in 6G. How we can include? As we all know, when we talk about machine learning, we have supervised, unsupervised. Okay, let us talk about this: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. And there are various other things. When we talk about supervised learning, there are methods which helps in classification, regression, estimation. In unsupervised learning, clustering, prediction. And again, there are various algorithms here, k-mean and such other things. Then reinforcement learning, which is a kind of decision making. And when we talk about reinforcement learning, Q learning, TD learning, and many other things. See, now what we can, or from this single diagram, what we can say is, think what kind of learning would help in 6G. Is whether supervised learning would be good, whether unsupervised learning would be good, whether reinforcement learning would be good, which kind of learning would be good. See, supervised learning would, if any person who is known to these kind of learning, or person working in ML, would be able to know what are the advantages or disadvantages of using supervised learning, or what are the areas, or where are the places where we can use supervised or unsupervised learning. So it is dependent, or it has to be seen which kind of learning could be implemented, or which kind of, or maybe hybrid learning could be included in 6G. These are types of learning, and in the types of learning, types of data, the approaches that are used, the algorithm, the popular algorithm which are there, we can see over here. Let us go on the further slide. See, we were stating in the previous slides at some place that resource allocation should be done using AI. Resource allocation should be done using AI, right? Resource allocation should be done using AI. So if we are using AI, whether we should use this supervised learning, whether we should use unsupervised learning, whether we should use deep learning, whether we should use reinforcement learning, when we say we can use supervised or unsupervised learning, so using, if you want to use supervised or unsupervised learning, definitely we will require data set which is very, like, it should have high quality training data set. So it is very difficult to have a high quality training data set in a wireless environment. Therefore, to work with supervised or unsupervised learning in 6G would be difficult, a little difficult. And if we talk about deep learning, let us use deep learning in 6G. So we know that deep learning is usually used for classification purpose. So we can use deep learning, but again, it will require model training and various other experience. Let us discuss whether reinforcement learning could be used or not. Definitely, researchers, which are the papers that are published, that they are claiming that reinforcement learning would be a better option if we want to do resource allocation. There is a paper quoted over here which was published in 2020. It is stating that reinforcement learning is better for resource allocation purpose. There are various, you can go through this paper. This is a paper of IEEE access, and it is also an open access paper, which claims that reinforcement learning would be a better thing to use on. Distributed or transfer learning. See, traditional learning system, you can see this diagram. This is a traditional learning thing going on. Different tasks are given. Then there is a learning system, and learning system. Now, learning process offer transfer learning. What is transfer learning? These are different tasks. This is some kind of knowledge, and then a learning system is developed. What is the difference? Only just by seeing this diagram, what we can estimate, or what we can say is that in transferred learning, what they are claiming is that instead of training every machine everything, let us train few things to a specific machine. Let us train only this part to a machine. Let us train only this part to a machine, specific machine, and the output could be merged and further a learning system or knowledge could be developed. If you have heard about parallel computation, parallel processing, if you have heard about parallel processing, in parallel processing also a bigger task is given to different machines, and then that different machines executes the task and the results are merged and further processing is done. So by transferred learning also, it claims that the speed or the process could be better way done. And also this transfer learning is promoting the decentralized concept. Why to centralize everything? Let us have a decentralized concept so that the capabilities of a system could be enhanced. So again, this distributed and transfer learning, resource allocation. So resource allocation, various methods could be used. You can go through this slide. Greedy algorithm, game theory, auction theory. There are various algorithms. People are just hit and trialing them to see what are the complexities included or complexity involved if any of such methods could be used. Now let us come to the final slide, that is research opportunities. If we can sum up all this and just say what are the opportunities, what are the research opportunities individual can have, these are few of them. New channel model and research allocation could be an opportunity. New radio multiplexing technology, efficient spectrum usage technique, energy saving mechanism, hardware implementation, AI, then reduction techniques, application specific improvement. These are few of the research opportunities that are there in 6G. These are some of the latest 6G news in 2022. Nokia has Nokia, you are able to see all this news going on. Like when we started, we said that we are still using 4G and why are we having a discussion on 6G? So people are already, various countries are already working on 6G, already started working on testing on 6G. So why should we back? Also, the Prime Minister of India has also said that they are also preparing to launch the 6G by the end of this decade, that is by 2030. So this is all about today's discussion. If anybody of you are having any question, you're just welcome to ask. I hope I was audible this time. Because I have done this presentation third time because of the network issue, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I am Abhishek Kumar Vishwakarma, Assistant Professor, Yogada Satsanga Mahavidyalaya, Ranchi, Jharkhand. The title of the paper is A Review on IoT Operating System. Abstract is every innovation provides a base for another innovation. The widespread use of smart devices also requires managing these devices in an efficient and effective manner. for the prevention of energy, network, memory, and data. Basically, this paper provides a review of different IoT operating systems, highlighting their advantages, disadvantages, applications, and try to get their important features. Introduction. IoT operating system allows developers to engage with embedded objects, program their functionalities, track the data they produce as part of IoT application, process the capabilities for the stable performance, perform computing tasks within connected devices. So basically, IoT operating system provides very different types of facilities to the developers to work with smart devices, sensor-based devices. There are basically three types of IoT devices. We are categorized here: low-end IoT devices, middle-end IoT devices, and high-end IoT devices. Low-end IoT devices were introduced to define a group of connected devices that have resource constraint. Basically, these devices are bounded in terms of resources to run traditional operating systems such as Linux and Windows. But the low-end IoT devices are manufactured to perform basic sensing and actuating applications and are programmed either by using low-level firmware or a very low functionalities wireless sensor network, where middle-end IoT devices are the devices that provide more features and greater processing capabilities in comparison to low-end IoT devices. And the last is high-end IoT devices. It consists of single board computers that have enough resources such as powerful processing unit, a lot of RAM size, and a possible high storage capacity with a supportive graphical processing unit. And in this paper, we examine the features of existing IoT operating system like Contiki, Tiny operating system, Free RTOS, RIOT, Mantis OS, Embed OS, Light OS, Nano Arcade, Windows 10 IoT, Nucleus RTOS, and highlighting their advantages, disadvantages, and applications. There are many research papers available to highlight specific IoT operating systems related work, where I am just mentioning here only two, but going through the 5 to 6 research papers to gather the information about different IoT operating systems. Here, Gaur and Tahilini provided in their article a comparison of IoT operating system and a generic framework consisting of essential characteristics for an IoT operating system. They discussed the features including architecture, programming model, scheduling, networking, storage management, portability to compare the IoT operating systems. Other paper, Oliver Ham and their team analyze in detail the specific requirements that an operating system should meet to run on low-end IoT devices. And they try to they examine applicable operating systems focusing on candidates that could become an equivalent to Linux for such devices. All the IoT operating system, the main base, the origin is kernel, the kernel architecture. In the next slide, IoT resource management, where different types of resources like architecture, programming model, scheduling model, power management, memory management, file management, and real-time capabilities are described. In the next slide, this is the comparison chart of IoT operating system. There are different numbers of IoT operating system. There are different IoT operating system are available, where some differences in these operating systems on the basis of their architecture, programming techniques, scheduling algorithm, power management techniques, and memory management techniques. In this review paper, I just identified 3 categories of operating system, some of which have the potential to become the equivalent of Linux in the IoT. Multi-threaded operating systems are technically closest to Linux, and within this category, RIoT is currently the most well-known open source operating system. Event-driven operating system use a different programming paradigm to fit devices with even fewer resources, and within this category, Contiki is currently the most well-known open source operating system. RTOS focuses on guarantees for worst case execution times and worst case interrupt latencies. In this category, free RTOS is currently the most prominent open source operating system. Users may select an operating system that fits in their criteria. In this paper, try to analyze 10 most popular IoT-based operating system and highlighting their advantages, disadvantages. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Ramesh Raj Dhruve. I am a research scholar under Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Professor Head, School of Studies in Computer Science and IT, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur. My presentation is on a survey on next generation firewall for network security. Restrict introduction. Firewall on network. Why firewall? Difference between firewall and next generation firewall. Threats, types of attacks, features of next generation firewall, Advantage and disadvantages of next generation firewall, AI-based firewall, conclusion and references. This is my abstract page. Today the internet is an essential part of modern life. A network is a basic infrastructure for the internet and is a compulsory part of any organization nowadays. Dependency on the internet is going or increasing day by day. Under these circumstances, the failure of networks for even a single day is not tolerable. A firewall plays an important role in supply of internet for any organization. A firewall is a network security device that monitors and filters network traffic based on an organization's beforehand established security policies. So, the firewall software includes the inbound and outbound traffic follow rules and firewall act compatible with defined rules. It is a fundamental firewall is securing the barrier that sits between private network and public internet. The present paper deals with the role of firewall devices in between local networks and the internet for network security. In the present, advice, detection techniques, authentication, authorization, accounting, IPS, IDS, and gateway antivirus to improve the ability of detect advanced threats and unknown threats. To overcome the deficiency of conventional firewall, the concept of a distributed firewall has been proposed. IP security is one of the important security mechanism and that is an express part of the universal networks policy. We also discuss the disparity between the security and performance of conventional firewalls and next generation firewall. So first of all, I introduce about firewall, the checkpoint website vendor who produce firewall device. It says on its slogan on its website, a firewall is a network security device that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing network traffic based on an organization's previous established security policies. The new name of next generation firewall is Unified Threat Management (UTM). Is a comprehensive solution that has made a space in the network security industry. A firewall can simplify the management of security strategy with just one device taking the place of multiple layers of legacy security hardware and software. Additionally, firewall security solution can be monitored and configured from a single and centralized management console. Next generation firewall included firewall, anti-spam, gateway level antivirus, anti-spyware software, anti-phishing, intrusion prevention, DDoS mitigation, content filtering, application blocking, bandwidth management, and logging. Right side of image, I am showing you that the activity of firewall, next generation firewall, is bad content filtering, bad activity to prevent bad activity, enforce policy, and control users. Next slide is on where the next generation firewall on network is situated. The first image, which is on the left side, the conventional firewall is on orange color firewall is showing. I am showing you. It's a connected VPN concentrator, email security, data less protection, web content filtering, anti-malware management, and all of these services, all of these hardware and software are included in a single unified device that's called UTM, Unified Threat Management. The right side of the image, internet which is situated between router and switches and REST network. Why next generation firewall? UTM solution emerged of the need of stem of increasing numbers of attacks of corporate information system. firms have been increasingly falling victims to attacks from cyber hackers. Traditional security solutions like software firewalls, which evolved to tackle specified threats, are usually more difficult to deploy, manage, and update. This increases the operational complexity and overhead cost. Today, organizations demand a integrated approach to network security as a next generation firewall. So the conventional firewall uses the software firewalls and hardware firewall also. It is very difficult to manage and very difficult to update. The procedures are complex, and to keeping log of any users or to keeping log activity is very difficult, and we have to mining the result for specific result. So the next generation firewall we needed, it is called UTM, Unified Threat Management. Difference between firewall and UTM. That is a basic difference between firewall and UTM. The firewall follows the before and policy and rules of an organization that keep monitoring the internet traffic. UTM typically includes a firewall, antivirus software, content filtering, and spam filtering in a single integrated package. It's which are stopped by the firewall, that those are spyware application attacks, file-based threats, email viruses, denial of service, DDoS, ransomware attacks. So what is spyware? Spyware is a software that utilizes a computer's internet access without the host of knowledge or explicit permission. Approximately 90% of computers have some form of spyware. Adware gathers the information from browsing habits, from form data, keystrokes, and work habits. Application attacks. In unpatched servers and applications, the server does not get up-to-date patches, and attackers can send malicious code through a buffer overflow. Buffer overflow is a method of attacking of any server that uses the update pages on a server. The server is infected, and new users who access the server get infected also. The same case may happen with the PC installed application too. File-based hits, example, internet download, viruses and malicious code infections. Peer-to-peer is a torrent file, torrent using a torrent, instant messaging apps, shareware sites, compromised servers, late-made cooperation, web-based email, threats passed through firewall, one side the network, other are easily affected. Email viruses. An email has become the primary means for distributing threats. Trojans are easy to deliver and install. HTML viruses, no user intervention with webmail, and email with attachment containing JavaScripts and HTML scripts. Features of UTM. Firewall inspections, the intrusion prevention. Intrusion prevention, IPS, is also known as Intrusion Detection and Prevention System, IDPS. Monitor the network and or system activity for malicious activity. Identify malicious activity, log information about the activity, attempts to block, stop it, and report it. URL filtering. One of these mechanisms is URL filtering, is strictly a client protection technology for UTM. It can be used for both providing policy enforcement, such as limited access to what sites different users can access based on the category and organizational policy, as well as to act as another layer of security by the limiting access to potential malicious sites. Antivirus software, anti-spam, virtual private network, that's called VPN. We generally use VPN software for connecting the outside of our network. AAA, accounting, authentication and authorization. Syslog and user management. Syslog and user management is another features of every firewall or every UTM device that keep all the records of all the records of the user, and that is useful for tracking and useful for the monitoring. Anti-spam and antivirus. Unwanted email messages are usually sent by the commercial, malicious, and fraudulent entities. The anti-spam firewall examines transmitted email messages to identify spam. When a device detects a message seems to be spam, it blocks the email messages. That activity done by the UTM device. The UTM appliance antivirus features handle the detection and removal of virus of all over network also, and gateway level antivirus also. Sorry. VPN, virtual private network. Use the connect two or more private networks via the internet, provides an encrypted tunnel between two private networks, usually a cheaper and then privately leased line. Once established, as long as the encryption remains secure and VPN is impervious to exploitation. Advantages and disadvantages. There are five advantages here. I am showing you reduced complexity, simplicity, easy management, low operator interaction, easy to troubleshoot. That is the advantages of next generation firewall, and the disadvantages also there. The disadvantages are single point of failure for network traffic, single point of compromise if UTM has vulnerabilities, and potential impact to latency and bandwidth when the UTM cannot keep up with the traffic. Next generation UTM device, AI-enabled unified security, marking a new era in cybersecurity. That's a slogan on indiaai.gov.in, a government website. So, in next generation firewall, what are the features that these are? They allow the creation of identity, AAA services, which I elaborate before slides, voice over IP security, instant messaging, one protection, expanded security to every corner of an organization's network, AI-enabled firewall. This slide I am showing you Gartner's report on network security of 2021. This graph between expectations and time, the device next generation firewall is situated on the last size of hardware-based security and cloud workload protection platform. So the conclusion, next generation firewall is answer to new challenges in the wild internet. Next generation firewall is integrated solution with easy management, and it offers complete support for all users whether they are at an enterprise site or in between network zones, ensuring maximum protection. And this conclusion is of my paper. In accordance to the short review of various papers, it seems that we have a sense possibility can develop a new generation firewall with advanced features such as AI-based firewall. AI-based firewall is already launched by Huawei, a vendor of China. As new threats are becoming more powerful and making our application vulnerable to attacks, we need more powerful techniques to carry on the development. We also need to always keep up an eye on recent advancement in firewall approaches and on recent threats so that we could overcome the drawbacks of the threats. These are references where I take the content. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of the session, Patron of this conference, Mrs. Sushma Kuchur, Convener Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi, Co-Convener Dr. Prashant Singh. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my paper on third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, organized by Department of Computer Science, Govt V.B.S.D, Girls PG College, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh, India. As you can see on my screen, my topic today is a deep dive into the security issues facing the IoT industry and some promising solutions for the future. Before I start the presentation, let me just give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Zimri Afroz. I'm a research scholar at YBN University, Jharkhand, India. And I will start my PPT right now. As you can see, I will start with the table of content, that is start abstract, IoMT definition, how IoMT works, example of an IoMT impact on healthcare, need of integrity and safety in IoMT system, guidelines for cybersecurity in IoMT, protection measures for the IoMT, and references. I will start with the abstract. As the IoT devices become more accessible and used in more areas of daily life, a brighter future for persons, information, and processes is emerging. With more time on your hands, you can play a comprehensive life cycle that includes both the personal and professional spheres of influence. Sensitive information about human lives is being provided to hospitals and clinical through the IoMT devices, which is our third topic. This created a sizable opportunity for criminals to profit from vulnerabilities in IoT infrastructure. In light of this, there is a need for uniform rules and a foolproof method. I will start with the history of IoMT. IoMT combines the Internet of Things with medical equipment. Future healthcare systems will be based on IoMTs, where every medical gadget will be connected to the Internet and supervised by medical specialists. As it develops, this offers superior and less expensive health treatment. In the figure 1, an example of an IoMT is shown. You can see on the top icon, in which sensor devices are used to gather patients' vitals, which are then transmitted via the internet to the IoMT applications. The medical persons and healthcare experts receive the information and they respond before sending it back to the patients who needed it. How IoMT works? IoT systems are made up of sensors and devices that are connected to one another through a network of cloud ecosystems with using high-speed internet. The large storage space provided the cloud services receives the unprocessed data that has been acquired at these devices, sensors. To acquire further understanding from this data, it is further cleaned and then analyzed. These necessities the use of new programs, devices, and tools that will improve the viewing, analysis, processing, and administration of the data. Here is a typical IoMT and healthcare system. You can see this is the IoT devices. It has a LTE or 5G, RFID, NFCs, Bluetooth, 6Gs, and above. And on the receiving units, we have smartphones, monitoring vitals, sensor, smart wearables, and remote consultations. This is a typical architecture of IoT device. It has two layers: cloud layer, fog layer, and things layer. On cloud layer, we have cloud, public cloud, and private cloud. On fog layer, we have gateways, and on things layer, we have devices like medical practitioners, patient, sensors, etc. From cloud layer, it is processed data from the cloud to the local processing servers, and then from the local router, it comes to the medical experts, which they assess and analyze it. As we talked about IoT services, here is a small graph on how IoT is impact on healthcare. As you can see, in 10 years, the, these expenditures are in billions. From 2015, it's almost 20% up year-wise, and by 2024, it's going to be have a sizable market in billions. Now here we talk about the benefits. It comes to challenges. Of course, right now we have major concern is the security and privacy, then insufficient testing and updation, software complexity, data volumes and interpretation, integration with IoT, AI and automation. Devices require a constant power supply, which is quite difficult, and interaction and short-range communication. Here I am just showing an example of the evolution of attacks on IoT devices. We all know about the Stuxnet virus attack on the Tesla system. There are many examples you can see here, and recently from this, if you see from 2005 to 2009, it was just quite new, but from 11 to 19, you can see so many attacks have been, and these are the big ones which have brought the world eyes open. Otherwise, there are so many else which are not reported this way. So these are the quite challenges. If we talk about during the interview, the researchers found out that 89% have suffered an IoT-related security breach. 89% of the organizations had already suffered once or more IoT-related security breach. 49% have been attacked by malwares, 39% by human errors. There's always a chance of human error, and 22% are DDoS. Earlier there were no guidelines for the IoT devices, but thankfully from 2014 onward, EU and FDA, they started to make the guidelines for the IoT. The first one was in 2014, FDA pre-market guideline for management of cyber security in MDs. In 2016 comes FDA post-market management of cyber security in medical devices guidelines. In 2018, the draft of the new FDA pre-market guidelines for the cyber security management in MDs. 2019, it was Health Canada's pre-market requirements for MD cyber security. 2019 itself, International Medical Devices Regulators Forum (IMDRF) new draft for principles and practices for MD cybersecurity, and 2020 finally the EU's medical devices regulations, including cybersecurity requirements. This came into practice. So now everyone here, MDs have to follow this one. Now we talked about the protection measures. So these are the protection measures that must be followed. First of all is the MDM, medical device manufacturers must safeguard their softwares, vital assets, design protocols, keys and firmwares from reverse engineering, hacking and other possible liability of computer or purposely misconfigure devices before they are put in the market. They have to make sure that before they put in the market, they have to make sure it can't be reverse engineered or it can't be hacked. Most of the developers must integrate security and adopt a DevOps approach to secure application infrastructure from the outset. We must automate security gates to keep DevOps workflow from slowing down and choose the correct technologies to embed security into design and architecture consistently. This draws on DevOps culture to integrate security teams from the start of the design. MDMs and healthcare delivery organizations need to aim to in solutions for the IOMT. This solution should begin on day one of medical device lifecycle and continue through submission, approval, and patient's usage. Hospitals must keep a tight inventory of all network devices and only deploy patched and monitored ones. Each device's digital signature should be registered using AI-enabled analytics tools that quickly discover irregularities. So afflicted devices can be marked for the proper choice. They can then be isolated, disabled, or monitored as per hospital policy. Here is a graph I will show you how it will work. First of all is the understand IoT device assets, then assess the risk if there is a risk, apply risk reduction policies, prevent known threats, detect and respond to the unknown threats. Conclusion. As the number of real-world items that may be connected to the IoT contribute to growth, so does the number of people looking to exploit and any security holes they may find it in IoT system. In order to create a secure system, researchers and experts in the business world are always working to find and fix any weakness they find. A variety of approaches are being explored and deployed as protection answers. A universal norm upheld by producers is required for making the ecosystem secure and consistent. In order to close this gap, regulatory organizations like the FDA and EU are developing new rules and revising existing ones. In order to get their products on store shelves, manufacturers have to obey the rules. The ecology, its rules, and the risk to the network are all presented in the study. This research investigated all known IoT security fixes to increase security and privacy. And these are a good few references. Thank you so much.
हाँ डॉक्टर चंद्रा. Okay. Next presentation is by Mrs. Jyoti Sharma. Mrs. Jyoti Sharma is research scholar at School of Studies in Computer Science and Information Technology, Pandit Ravishankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. The topic of her presentation is optimization of RPL protocol to increase network lifetime in IoT. So I would like to invite Mrs. Jyoti Sharma for her presentation. Over to you, Mrs. Jyoti Sharma.
Hello everyone, my name is Jyoti Sharma and I am working under the supervision of Dr. Suren Kumar Patel sir and co-supervision of Dr. V.K. Patel sir. Today my topic is optimization of RPL protocol to increase network lifetime in IoT. These are the outline of my presentation. First is the introduction, routing mechanism for energy efficiency. The next one, third one is proposed methodology. After that, we describe simulation and result. And next one is conclusion. Introduction. Internet of Things is an emerging research area of last few years and it is the future Internet of Technology. The common communication technology for IoT are IEEE 802.15.4, low power Wi-Fi, and these type of network are called low power and lossy networks, that is RPN. Due to the limited resources and weak connection links, the probability of having disconnections in the network is pretty high. Routing procedure between the network devices is an important issue. To this end, the Internet Engineering Task Force, that is IETF, designed a routing standard for the low power embedded devices which are operating in environment with lossy links. This standard is known as the routing protocol for low power and lossy network. The RPL protocol also need to address excessive and unbalanced energy consumption and other bottleneck problems. To this aim, we propose to in this paper the enhanced routing protocol. Next is the routing in Internet of Things. Here we describe what is Internet of Things. In 2005, Kevin stated that the Internet of Things has the potential to change the world just as the Internet did. We connected with Internet of Things in daily life, anytime, any objects. Many factors affect the communication process. Some are related with the devices and its manufacturers, networks, connectivities, communication reach, and other one is addressing mechanism. So the routing protocol are required to prolong the battery lifetime by reducing the energy consumption. Here I am describe some routing protocol for IoT. Here we describe only three layers: session layer, network layer, and data link layer. Most important is network layer routing, and we have different protocols like RPL, CORPL, CARP, load ng. In the data link layer, we have Wi-Fi, Z-Wave, Zigbee, Smart, and many more. This slide show the key features of some routing protocol. Here I am describe only three. The most important one is RPL. RPL is proactive distance source based routing. It has both upward and downward routes are available. RPL lower and to end delay and increase control overhead due to proactive natures. The next one is load ng, reactive protocol based on AODV routing approaches. It is a packet delivery ratio drops if there is growth in the network size. It reduces the packet size, result in high control overhead. Now RPL. RPL was designed to the routing protocol for low power and lossy network and the IoT. RPL is an IPv6 routing protocol and distance vector routing mechanism. RPL organized as topology as a diagonal or cyclic graph. And this slide I'm describe some special terms used in RPL. First is the direct acyclic graph. Direct acyclic graph is a no cycle. Root means root has no outgoing edges. Here it is the root. Destination oriented DAG. Destination oriented direct acyclic graph means it has a single root. Up means towards the root, down means away from the root. The most important part is objective function. Objective function is minimize energy, latency, and many more. Next one is rank. Rank is distance from root using a specified objective. The RPL instant one or more DODAGs, a node may belong to multiple RPL instants. That is objective function. As mentioned here, RPL uses an objective function to select the best parents. Up to here, the group working on RPL called role has defined two objective functions. First is the objective function 0 and next is minimum rank with heuristic objective function, that is MRHOF. Objective function 0 work as a calculating the rank Rn from using equation 1. That is, rank of node is rank of parent plus rank increases. RP is the parent rank received from DIO. MRHOF aims to optimize the roots by calculating the rank using a heuristic function which described in equation 2. Rank is equals to function path cost. These are some related work and my motivations. In 2010, N. Tisfet gives the strategy for Kotanki RPL implementation and shows for us that their implementation is practical experimental experiments shows a lifetime of years using keynotes and disadvantages gives that takes only energy consumption to account when testing. In 2013, Jaiswal, using combined metrics and gives us the different advantages and disadvantages. Some are here. The most important disadvantages is uses only MATLAB simulation and does not consider mobility, and many more research papers I read are shown from the above discussion. And also reviewing some more related research papers, we conclude that every solution has some limitation. This is the base of my motivation to doing the research, and we propose RPL routing protocol. In this slide, proposed methodologies we show. First is general RPL protocol. RPL is the energy efficiency protocol that improves the network lifetime with various metrics. First is the ETX. ETX means expected transmission count. ETX divided two different parts, links ETS and route ETX. The expected transmission count is a link metric, and it is used to predicate the link quality based on transmission and including retransmission. The ETS matrix formula calculated from two different equations, that is third and fourth. Link ATX represent the forward and reverse data recovery link. The forward data delivery DF represent the probability that a data packet successfully arrives at the recipient. Reverse data delivery DR represent probability that a packet received successfully from the recipient. And next one is the route. Route ETX used to kind link quality of particular path PX. The route ETX calculated from this equation, ETX of PX is equals to summation of I equals to 1 to n. That means total number of nodes ETX Ni. Next one is load. Network data traffic is an amount of data transfer across the network at given amount of time. Load balance is a technique, and it used to balance the traffic across network. To calculate the load in RPL, load of path X calculation based on the cumulative of node traffic or a child cell. Equation number 5 here, equation number 5 describe how we calculate the load. Next one, to calculate the node traffic in RPL, node traffic calculate from children count to respective parent node. The equation number 6 is node traffic load for M is equals to summation of I equals to n, yani total number of nodes children's count. Next is the battery depletion index, that is BDI, the reducible energy calculated from the equation 7. Here battery depletion index indicate that how much percentage of energy depleted from battery present in the node. The reducible energy calculates from initial energy and remaining energy of the node. The reducible energy calculated from this equation number 7, REPMI is equals to E remaining divided by E initial. Similarly, we calculate BDI and BDI from the equation 8 and the equation 9. Next slide show the most important part, that is objective function. Here we use a different matrix for calculate the objective function. In destination oriented direct acyclic graph, the parent selection is based on the its rank. the rank calculated from the mean hope rank increase and objective function. The objective function takes into account the following issues such as loop freeness, data load in upward and downward routing, and bottleneck near sync node. The proposed RPL is evaluate the performance and the fine-tuned the weight values, where the weight values are W1, W2 and W3 is equals to 1 upon 3. Equation number 11 shows the most important part, that is objective function. Now how we calculate rank? Rank calculation is calculated by the different below different equation. The equation number 12 is we count step. Step is equals to weight into load of parent node 1 and added to the BDI with their weight added to the ATX with their weight. Fixed point, after that equation number 12 show the fixed point and rank increases. Is it how we calculate? We calculate from step plus mean hope rank increases, and after that rank is equals to rank parent node plus rank increases. Finally, the rank calculation based on the below equation 14. Rank n is equals to floor rank n divided by mean hope rank increase. This is the algorithm we used for our RPL for choosing parent node. Now this slide show the simulation and the results. For simulation we use, here are the some parameters. For simulation we use the NS3 and and OS is Ubuntu 20.4. Simulation duration is 10 minutes. We use here RPL routing protocol. Number of nodes are 60 and RPL parameter mean hope rank increase by default value is 256. This graph shows the throughput. To analyze the performance of proposed RPL routing, the number of nodes varies from 15 to 60. Figure 3 and 4 illustrated, that is energy consumption and throughput. Illustrated the performance of basic RPL and proposed RPL. The figure shows that the energy consumption of all works increases with the increase in the number of nodes. This slide shows the energy consumption for 60 nodes. Now, conclusion. In this paper, we proposed a new routing protocol, that is proposed RPL. It deploys an objective function which considered the matrix load, BDI and ATX step to calculate the rank. The route with minimum values for the objective function will be the shorter value with less traffic, which is selected to send the data to a destination oriented direct acyclic graph route. Using the NS3 simulator, we compared the performance of proposed routing protocol, that means PRPL, with basic RPL. The simulation result shows that proposed RPL provide the better performance in terms of network lifetime, packet delivery ratio and end-to-end delay compared to basic RPL, and it has also improved that the amount of energy consumption in the nodes by least 4%. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Sharma, for your informative talk. Now, our next resource person is Dr. Rahul Dev Shah. Dr. Shah is working as an assistant professor in Department of Computer Application and Information Technology, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. The topic of his talk is recent trends in research analysis using data science and its practical approach. Dr. Shah is a lifetime member of Computer Society of India and the Indian Science Congress. He is also a member of Research Foundation of India and RFI chapter head of Jharkhand state. He has published 25 research articles in different journals of reputes and also 2 book chapters in the edited book. And he has he has honored with several international awards in the field of computer science. So this is really a matter of pride and privilege for us that Dr. Shah given his consent to be here with us on this online platform for this 2 days international e-conference. So I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Dev Shah for his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Shah.
Good morning, all in all present here. It has been such an honor to be part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organization, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Principal Ma'am, Govt V.B.S.D Girls PG College, Jashpur Nagar, Jashpur. Dr. Anuj Sir, convener of the 3rd International E-Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science, and all dignitaries present here. So first, everyone, welcome to this event. And my topic is, in this 3rd International E-Conference on Emerging Trends in Computer Science, the recent trend in research analysis using data science and its practical approach. So today, the current scenario, research are going in a very large scale. In every sector, the research has adopted different types of many different tools and application have to use to minimize their research area. Even the research is based on some technically approach also, some methodology also. So there is a huge number of data is applied in the research area. Data, that means raw fact, which is used in analysis with their research paper. And I'm going to just tell about what is the data science and its practical approach in recent trends. So first of all, I would like to share my screen. I think the screen is visible now.
Professor Ra.
And first, what is the data science? Data science, that is the a huge number of data. It may be your traditionally, it may be your physically, it may be your any types of data. In the raw fact, and a huge amount of data is present around us, scattered around us in the form of digitally. So how can we analyze this data? How can we knowledge of the data? So data science, that is the science which analyze the data to know about what is the meaning of actual information about the data. So there is a thinking about different types of data. So I'm going to tell today what is the data science, what does data scientists do, and there is some algorithm, there is some methodology to use to analyze the data. There is some technique like decision tree, random forest, association rule binding, linear regressions, and there is some k-means clustering. These some algorithm used to classify or maybe take the decision about the data. But this is not a only 5. There is huge number of algorithm nowadays researchers are used. Some question in mind about the data science. Is the A or B, or is this varied? How much or how many? That is the question in mind. How much and how many? How is organized the data? What should I do next? This is the only 5. There are only 5 question in mind. So with the help of data science, we know there is some algorithm, there is some data, and some devices with the help of to make it meaningful informations. Algorithm means this is the recipe. Here is the, so in the data science, algorithm is the recipe and your data is ingredient, and computer make it a recipe, which is answered is strawberry smoothie. So the questions already asked before, is this A or B? That is the rule of classification algorithm, how to classify the data.
Professor Rahul.
Is this worried? That is, there is something anomaly in this algorithm. And how much or how many, that is the how much many regressions algorithm are used to classify numerical data in the large quantity, which is a infinite proportion of the whole from those in representing samples. In the simple term, using data to solve problem or answer the questions. There is some question there regarding the data. So what is the difference between the data science and reporting generation? So why data science? Why are you using the data science? Data science, that is the help to collect the data in increasing order. This is the explosion of data from many sources like online or maybe enterprises. Online sources like social media, web-ready devices, digital contents, enterprises may be transactional data, operational data, and say there is some research and development data are used. So there is some lots of data are classified or regression with the help of data science. By end of the 2024, 1.7 MB of new information will be created for each and every human being on earth. Data science is increasing cost for storage devices. And also there is some more machine learning algorithm to work on the data. And there is some technology is also going. So many kinds of data structures or maybe unstructures. The data is maybe a structure or maybe unstructured. And data also being in the form of very large or huge amount of data. So the data may be predictive or prescribed analytic informations. Data is not based on just the descriptive. This is the for the predictive way only. So the data science competence, data science include 5 areas groups, which is data analytics, data science engineering, domain expertise. 4th is the data management, and 5th is the scientific method for the business process management. In the scientific method, we can analyze the data with where the collection of data, and we can identify the patterns about the data. And after that, we can use some scientific method to check is the data is actual, maybe used for research or maybe building of the data science proportional. Here is a scientific method, design experiments, some collection data, analyze data, identify patterns and hypothesize explanations and test hypotheses. These are some data science competency, which is in the form of cyclic form. The data is collected from the any areas, and first we can analyze the data, and after that it can be predict the pattern of data, which is used to make the meaningful information about the some scientific methodology. You can use to explanation of this data, and the data is maybe given to the testing purpose. And when the data is tested, the data management, we can develop the design also. So here are also the data science competence groups. So there is some different types of groups and domains here. So that is the domain expertise, researchers, data analytics, algorithms, analytic systems, engineering competencies. These are some business groups which competence the data science. And now we can see the lots of data in terabyte or petabytes. The data in the terabyte or maybe petabyte or maybe zettabyte also. The data is very huge number. And then it may maybe make it some system to generate the huge amount of data in the terabyte or zettabyte or petabyte for making information about that. So now we can see the huge number of data floating, scattering over all our world. So example of the web science data, like here is the I'm showing here. Here the website is the SPN Crick Info. There is a live streaming data which display the live data from which is happen in the ground, and there is some information about the sports, which is sports teams are usually tracking the tickets sales, and also what is the event at tracking the team strategy, what is used, how can we use the strategy taken on the team also. With the help of data science, they can be track the ticket sales, they can track the team strategy also. So advertising and marketing agency also track the social media to understand the responses to the campaign promotion of the sports and advertising medium also. So data science is very, very important for the business purpose or maybe promotion of the any sports or maybe cultural events also. In the hospital, in the medical science, and maybe a hospital, there is very large number of medical data there. So how can we predict the patients, which is a readmissions required or maybe discharge from this month? So how can we know about that? It's helps the data science will help to predict person to stay there or from discharge from the hospital. That's the help. That is the help to the helping uses to the data science methodology. The hospital can then intervene in hopes of preventing another costly hospital stay also. Medical diagnostic companies analyzes millions of lines of data to develop first non-intrusive test of the predicting coronary artery disease. To do so, researchers at the company analyze over 100 million skin change sample to ultimately identifying the 23rd primary predictive genes for the coronary artery disease. Because in the medical diagnostics companies analyze millions lines of data, which person is a coronary artery disease arrested. So there is some researcher company analyze over 100 million genes samples and ultimately identify only 23rd primary predictive gene on the coronary artery disease with the help of data science only. This is possible data science only. And there is some an example. Another example is Amazon. You know very well, Amazon is a very big company, and there are very lots of business are going on. So here is some Amazons provide the books sale. So Amazon has an unrivaled bank of the data online to purchase. So purchase. So Amazon also use big data of monitor and track and secure adds 1.5 billion items to retail store that are laying around the 200 fulfillment center around the world. So in the Amazon, also big data to monitor with the help of data science. Because Amazon also have a huge number of book in this website, and there is some retail person to how to restore the book detail and book selling. How can it track this data? So the Amazon to store the video for streaming. 1 petabyte stored to video streaming. So BitTorrent since has transfer over 30 petabytes data science in the pre-alpha release in January 2013. Now in the 2019 movie Avatar is reported to have taken over 1 petabyte of local storage at the Vita Digital for the rendering on the 3D CGI effects. Very high. Data size is very big. 1 petabyte local storage at Vita Digital. So one movie can store nearly about 1 petabyte. So 1 petabyte average MP3 encoded song for mobile roughly 1 megabyte per minute. So think about that. Would require 2000 years to play. 2000 years to play. That means one mobile, 1 peta in 1 peta average MP3 encoded songs play 2000 years in long duration. So data is very and huge amount of data in present. You can songs or videos also. So data may be divided into 3. That is the one is the volume, and second one is the velocity, and there is some variety. Volume, that means the data may be in the terabyte, in the records, in the transaction formation, and there is some table and files also, which is a big data, is make the big data. And velocity is the how can we realize the data, real time streaming or maybe near time, what is the frequency or maybe circulation of transfer from the one place to another place in the speed of the data. And there is some variety. The data may be structured or maybe unstructured way, and a structure like, and maybe a semi-structures, or maybe it may be all the above. So we can see some make it 4B. It make 4Bs like the volume, velocity, variety, and velocity. Volume, that means data is in rest. So terabyte to zettabyte of existing data of the process. And now they go to the velocity. Velocity, that means the data in motion. So data is maybe streaming data in millisecond to second to respond. And variety is the data in many form, that means the structure or maybe text or maybe multimedia. And the last is veracity. The data is in doubtful, but it may be uncertainty due to unknown thing, approximations of data, models, latencies, deceptions, so that we cannot know about that data. So it may 4V, that is the data is from volume, velocity, variety, and the veracity. So data model has now, the scenario has completely changed. Before the old model, few companies are generating data and we are consuming the data. We people are consuming data. But the now new model is all of us are generating the data and all of us consuming the data. This is the new model of current scenario. So now the data maybe in the maybe form of in video, audio, and text files also, and we are reacted in the form of like star marking, that is the rated the movies or texted or audio, which is a good or bad, with the help of data science. So good news is big data is here, and bad news is here. We are struggling to store and analyze the data. How to analyze the data? So the data science in the form of statics, maybe data engineering, maybe visualizations, maybe advanced computing. So data science researchers apply the scientific training and the goal, and there is some tools and technique they learn in academia to organize some data. They can use in PhD also. They create the application and mathematical tools to make a valuable informations and make the valuable products there. So the data science have a 3 form. One is the data architecture, second one is the machine learning, and 3 is the analytics. So data architectures, that is the tool with the help of Hadoop with the tools which is make the data architectures. And machine learning, there is lots of machine learning tools are available in the market. In the Mahot is also there, and there is some analytic tools are also. The analytic tools are the R programming. These data tools to analyze the data. It means it helps to predict the data. In the data mining is data mining. That means you can just digging out from the any sources and give it summarize the data from and giving the some information about that data. So information that can be used to increase revenues, cost and both also with the help of the data mining. In the data mining also processing of all different types of perspective view to analyze the data. With the help of data mining, we can recognize the significance of the data, that is the facts. What is the fact of the data? What is the relationship of the data? What is the trending of the data? What is the patterns of data? What is the anomaly and detection of the data with the help of data mining techniques? So data mining technique, I'm not going to the detail. Just I'm telling about the major data mining task is that there is some classification technique, there is some clustering technique, there is a deviation detection technique, there is forecasting technique, there is a description technique, there is some link analysis technique also there. So the one thing is also here, the data warehouse, the place where the just the collecting of variety of data available for end user to understand the what is the actual use of the data. And I'm just going to overview of a software, a data mining software tools, that is the Orange software. This is the open software, source software, and it's a very, very user-friendly Orange software. You can use this software. You can easily visualize the data. You can analyze the data, and we can giving the meaningful information about the data. So first, Orange development in 1997, developed by Bioinformatics Laboratories of the Faculty of Computer and Information Science, Slovenia. And after that, in 2005, it is extended data analytics in bioinformatics also. In the 2008, installation packages were developed. In the 2009, also, over 100 widgets are created in the maintained in the Orange software. So what is the widget? Widget, that means Orange widget provide a graphical user interface to Orange data mining and machine learning method. In this widget, data can be entry, data can be processing, data can be visualized, and data can be classified with the help of widgets. This is just like a user-friendly graphical user interface. Here is some data widgets. Some data widgets is just a icon like. This is the types of the data. And there is some data tables. So just I'm going to show you what is the actual practical view of the Orange data software. So I'm going to show you the practical view of Orange software. So here is my Orange software, and just I'm going to opening this software. This is the open source software you can use here, and here is the file. You can use choose the file. Here is choose the file, and just double click on this question. Here also we can select the preloaded data set, which is I already used the air data set, but there are also some data set also. Here is the iris data set, and in the iris data set, there is some numeric format, there is some categorical format, there may be in the form of role which is defined by the user. I'm just define the sepal length in numeric form and targeted, which is targeted here, and the categorical features are the petal width and category features, and here's also the iris is category features iris studio. So just I am already mentioned here, and going to the next, here is the model we can use. Just we can use the model is one model is Neve. There is some Neve process. You can use Neve. Just click on the icon and you can connect with this one. Okay. So just use I'm going to use only SBM, maybe SBM. I can use this support vector machine also. Just connect there, and here you can see the support vector machine, this icon, and we can predict the data from the test and score, and you can connect this one with the help of this one, and also we can connect this is the data, this is the file from the data to support vector machine methodology to, and after that we can connect the support vector machine to test and scoring with the help of learner attribute. And now I am just connecting with the directly connect to the test and score. There is some reported by this test and score, which is the here the model SVM support vector machine have given the MSE value is 0.139 and RMSE 0.372, MAE 0.296 and R2 is 0.797. This is the just random sampling here, and we can use the cross validation also. The cross validations is the MSE value is the 0.120 and RMSE is 0.346, MA is 0.281, R2 is 0.824. So we can see here lots of evaluation technique is there. So in this orange software, we can predict the data in the in visualized way, in maybe graphical user interface. This is the very simple and just drag and drop and drag and take some advantage to analyze the data easily. So I think we have lots of thing to learn about orange data. It is very helpful to analyze the data in your research area also. So every researcher can take advantage through this analytic tools, that is the orange software. This is a free open source software available in the market. So there is no need to pay any license. So I think the researchers maybe benefited from this tools. So now I'm not going to take much more time to my topic is I'm going to conclude it. So thank you, convener Dr. Anup sir, and principal ma'am, which is giving me opportunity to express my thing to hear. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul Devsa, for your nice lucid presentation and for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Tarundhar Diwan. Dr. Diwan is working as an assistant professor and head department of information technology, Government E. Raghavendra Rao PG Science College, Bilaspur. The area of Dr. Diwan research interest includes wireless communication, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and he has published uh, more than 25 research articles in different international and national journals of repute, and also the papers in conference proceedings. Uh, the topic of Dr. Diwan's talk is design and integrate software solution to prevent threats and to manage attacks on IoT infrastructure and network. Over to you, Dr. Diwan.
So much Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi sir organized third international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science is all opportunities for the research scholar, professor, scientist in Chhattisgarh, India and abroad. And thank you so much for the organize this conference. Department of Computer Science, Government V.B.S.D Girls PG College, Jashpur, and very great opportunities provided by the Mrs. Susma Khajur ma'am, principal, and co-convener also Dr. Pratap Singh sir, and especially thanks again Dr. Anuj Kumar Dwivedi sir provide the opportunities for keynote speaker and presenting research paper and guidance by the research scholar, those who want to improve your research skill and publish the research paper. So let me discuss about the just topic and design and integrate software solution to prevent threats and to manage attack in on IoT infrastructure and networks. In basically network level securities we discuss about the in the Internet of Things and general network level security analysis. Basically, direct approaches to the three data set, NSL-KD data sets and UNSW 15 data set and CICDS 2017 database. For this experiment, I using the performance matrix for the accuracies, precision, recalls, F measure. This is the formula for the accuracy, precision, recalls. I using the data phase. Basically, my test data set is attack, DOS attack, probe attack, R2L attack, UTR attack. For the same accuracy, precision, recall, F measure and F4. Test 1, test 2. Evaluating the RTASSS is my module name, real-time automatic security system network for the methodology. I using the NSL KD dataset and different types experiment for the network layer security analysis. The result is based on the test cases and using the test set. Test set 1, test set 2 and test set 3 and if accuracy is the 94 and precision 91, recall is 94, F measure in 92 or for rate is 5.523608 as a different type of result giving the different types of attacks, four types of attacks. And basically performance evaluation for detecting a DOS attack, accuracy, precision, recall, accuracy rate of the model is 94.59%, precision rate of the model is 91.196, and recall rate is a 94.27, F measure model rate is 92 point and F for false acceptance rate. For means false acceptance rate is a 5.472. Is just for the performance evaluation detection of the DOS attack. Just we discuss about the performance evaluation detection rate for the probe attack. Basically, accuracy rate of the model is a 95.33% for the accuracy in probe attack, and like 88.03% for the precision, and recall for the 58.190%, and F measure recall is a 69.44%, and for false rate is a 21.33 and 1814 for the performance for the probe attack. And next attack, R2L attack, we discuss the uh, uh, accuracy rate for the model is 99.51838 and precision 94.44 and recall 40.58987%. F measure is a 59.92589 and fall is 29%. Okay, performance evaluation rate same as the UTR attack and 99.51,838 and 95.441618 and 40 point recall rate is 40.589878 and F measure rate is 56.92589 and fall is 29.712%. Basically, evaluation rate, real-time automatic security system network security methodology using the different type data set called the UNSW NV15 data set. Using this data set and test result are the different for the accuracy, precision, recall measures. Okay. So basically, comparative performance evaluation for the using the three data set NSL KDD, UNSW NV15 and CICDS 2017. Accuracy rate is NSL KDD 96.54% and 94.45 and 97.48%. Okay, training time is differ, and US and UNSW NB15 are using the data set 88 and 84 and 99.96, and CACDC using the 98.03, 99.93 data set. Okay, state of what comparison, basically comparative performance evaluation rate on a NSL KDD data set. So basically, data set rate is the OS ELM is a 96.5%, ELM 94.4%, FEXGB boost 97.48% for the NSL KD data set. The same UNSW NB15 data set performance evaluations is a 88 GB boost 88 and CART 88, 84 AN artificial neural network FEGB boost 99.96. Basically, these are the algorithm using the different type of data set. This algorithm, this four algorithm using the UNSW NB15 data sets. Okay. So comparative performance evaluation for the CICADS 2017 data sets. Support vector machine SVM 98.03 and free GB boost 99.93. And performance evaluation for the basis of data set CICDS 2017. Okay. We are discussing previously, we discussed about the application level securities and four different types of attacks for the network level securities, and also compare the performance of the performance matrix through the performance matrix. We are just going to the application layer security analysis. Basically, we discuss about the two level of security, network level securities and application level securities. I direct represent the what are the scenario for the using the data set, also the theoretical point and result for the my experimental result I saw. Just the RTASS, it means the real time automatic security system. This is my own concept for the IoT application, its security system at the network and application layer. This experiment also using the cloud for the cloud computing, safe and secure data set and authentication are the main issues in today's scenario, and we need to prevent the security breaches. Okay, mutual authentication mechanism is more important for the IoT devices and cloud also. So authentication, reliability, integrity is the main things. I developed the real-time automatic security system framework for the secure authentication, means secure session key communications, and for the authentication. Okay, just we see the using the a whisper tools for the secure authentic for the using the secure authentication purpose. We just see automatic validation of internet security protocol and application is called the whisper tools, and language are using the high level protocol specification language for the using the authentication purpose. Basically, a whisper is a one button tools for the automatic security protocol testings. I test the different type of data set. It used you also uh, develop the algorithm for the secure authentication. Your own concept have the technical tools for the using the your own algorithm for the securing the data set, securing the authentication, securing the authorizations. Okay, so just useful tools for the data set using the data sets. Okay, these are the architecture of high level protocol specification language, basically translator and intermediate format, or using the four type of algorithm like on the fly of mod checkers and the constraint logic based attack searcher and the model checkers for the asset, and TA4 set tree based protocol analyzer. These are also find out the output protocol. Just be applying this protocol and for the securing your result. Basically, hospital for backend are records and on the fly of model checker we generally discuss, and security protocol, constraint logic based attackers and set based model checkers and tree based protocol analyzers. Okay, these are the front the simulation result of the ISO tool to verify the IASS protocol for the application security. Simulation result basically for the authentication, secure authentication levels. Okay, these are the simulations for the credentials, update and offensive. Okay, comparative security informal feature analysis. Just are the these are the algorithm MASK, SS, BSH, SS1, or these are the references paper for the which one references paper of the positive result and comparative for the helpful for the securities, Pack and XUL et al. And Lee et al. And Matra et al. And Chen et al. And my proposed protocol for working for the all security aspect and give the positive and impactful result for the our security. Okay, just executive time analysis for the my proposed model. So user authentications and execution time is very less, and gateway authentication, verification times and file execution time is very excellent result by using this experiment using these tools. Okay, these are the previous experiment and execution time and complexity time. So the my proposed model is a 3, execution time is 3 and complexity time to 70A plus 70HH. These are the a complexity time mine or very reduced time for the execution time. So my proposed model is to provide the excellent result for the security comparative execution time analysis. Okay, so these are the previous result and proposed result are the very execution time very fast and providing the secure communication for the authentication. Okay, my findings for the my experiment, the real time automatic security system, network security system for the enforce security trustworthiness on the Internet of Things. The feature selection technique remove the drawback of a local minimum and the coverage faster by selecting optimal feature. Training time is reduced and highly related features are needed to improve performance level, and unnecessary feature cost calculate and complexity. Faster execution with reduced feature result and faster alternate for the intrusion and different types of attacks, and provide the secure and prevent measure can be applied accordingly. Uh, Thank you so much, Anuj Devedi sir, giving the opportunities for the keynote speaker. I am trying to speak and for this experiment and result, or have a big congratulations for the organized third international conference in the Chhattisgarh also participation of the India and abroad. Uh, Thank you so much, uh, Anu sir, and you all teams. Thank you so much.
valuable knowledge with us and sparing your valuable time. Now for the first day of this e-conference is going to conclude on this point, and I am really very much thankful to all the participants and resource persons, the researchers, teachers who have shared their knowledge on this online platform. And as a co-convener of this e-conference, I am grateful to all the participants who have joined us on this platform. Many thanks to all of you. We shall meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.